heard of Gordon Ramsay. You've heard of Bobby Flay. But Thursday night Master Chef Brad Holmes will be in the kitchen with all of the ingredients needed to make a great dish on draft night. Join Woodward Sports for our third annual Woodward Sports Draft Party, live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. The past 2 years, these parties have been standing room only, so get your tickets early at eventbrite.com. Don't miss out on all the fun with Braylon Edwards, Ryan Ermanni, Neil Rule, Darren McCarty, and the entire Woodward Sports crew. The party starts at 7:30 p.m. Don't miss the biggest draft party in the Motor City, brought to you by the biggest network, Woodward Sports.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Woodward Sports Draft Show, brought to you by Circa Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Neil Rule, Jeff Iafredi, we have Ryan Ermanni, Braylon Edwards. You're going to hear from everybody here today, but the moment has come. Stoked, not scared, fully bricked. However you do it, this guy over here, he's bricked, he's stoked, all of it. Jeff Iafredi, we are here. It is time.
All of the buildup, all of the homework for all this time. Today's the day you let Brad cook. It's like a saying. I was talking to Darren today, and he mentioned it. You don't tell a gourmet chef how to cook.
No.
You don't try and influence his process. And with Darren, and he mentioned earlier, this is the day Brad feels at home. And he's ready to cook, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely, he is. We are as well. And as we said, brought to you by Circa Sports here today. Anticipation, uncertainty, all of it, Jeff. All the emotions are gonna come out, and we are less than 30 minutes away from pick number one. It's going down for real.
Yes, it's time. All the buildup, and we'll start with number one. I mean, the rumors you've seen just that one alone. First, it was C.J. Stroud. Bryce Young, too small, doesn't weigh enough. 195, it's never happened to draft number one overall at that size and weight. And here we are today. Reported the Panthers are locked in, keyed in on Bryce Young. And let's be honest, Neil. We knew this.
It was. Look,
I mean, he's the best quarterback in the draft.
And look, you guys can all get involved. The WoodwardSports.com chat thread. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, get your thoughts out there as well. This crowd is here. Everybody's hyped. They are ready to go as well. But get your comments out there. We'll be reading them, and I know everybody's going to be tapping in. King Leo, the first one in, says, let's go. And then Jeff Lammy, I'm bricked up, LOL. And we all are, everybody. Yeah. But just to bring everybody up to speed from what we know, kind of the updates from what's happened since Ermanni and Edwards with Maz went off the air, kind of to where we are now. There's been some changing of the guard. I mean, obviously we knew Carolina. We'll start at the top right there with Carolina. They've come out. They've said Bryce Young is the guy. And look, you don't mortgage your future. And I don't care when you do it. If you do it the day before the draft, if you do it a month ago, 3 months ago, you don't mortgage your future unless you know who the guy is. It was Bryce Young. It was always going to be Bryce Young, and here we are.
And it's ironic, too, also, that the Panthers were the only team that moved up for a quarterback before the draft. So they wanted to get first selection. And as time went on, no other team traded up. I mean, even Arizona, right now it's being reported Tennessee's invested in the pick. A lot of teams are calling Arizona. We'll see what happens there. But number one, for the Panthers, we knew they needed a quarterback. I thought, listen, as much as they gave up, Neil, I love it. You go and get who you want, despite if it's C.J. Stroud or Bryce Young. Now they have the choice with a new regime in-house, new signings. It's time to go. And it's going to be Bryce Young, most likely.
It is, and that's the way it is going to go down. At number two, the Houston Texans. Line movement through the day. We've been keeping track on the Circa Sports betting lines for the NFL draft. And we've seen it, right? Will Anderson has made a move, a prohibitive favorite to be the number 2 selection for the Houston Texans. So just as quick as the dream was alive for the Detroit Lions and the Will Anderson contingent, the dream seems to be dead.
And this is how this season goes. We did this last year. For a long time, you think a player's going at a certain spot, boom, right before the draft, everything changes. This is why this is the season of misinformation. And you see for a while, CJ booked a number 2 to the Houston Texans. Wait, D'Amico Ryans, defensive coordinator. They want to get a culture in-house. Why not draft, Neil, the best overall player in this draft? They're going to have a chance to do it at 2. And then next year, they're probably not going to be good either. So maybe you can go and get a Caleb Williams or a Drake May. I wouldn't mind it. I like the Houston Texans going that route. Not forcing their hand at quarterback. They're just simply waiting. And I don't mind it at all. They got Davis Mills. Wow. He'll be fine this year.
Yeah, good luck with
Sure,
that.
they'll win him 3 games. Or
Good luck
he'll
with
win
that.
them 3 games.
Number 3, the Arizona Cardinals. Yep. I keep hearing about this trade. I hear about it. I never see it.
Yeah,
and
that's how it works.
And that, look, universally across the board, everyone's talked about this Tennessee Titans trade with Arizona. Have not seen it. Still waiting on it.
Yep.
Still waiting for it. And maybe this is something that's pre-worked out, contingent on people being picked and things like that. I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is I hear it, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, and Arizona's an interesting one because Arizona needs a lot. Like, especially with trading DeAndre, which they're most likely going to do maybe today or in the near future. They have Kyler Murray coming off an ACL injury. They need assets, similar to what the Bears are in. Bears were number 1, but they needed a lot of assets. The Arizona Cardinals, that trade, and we've been kind of talking about it for a while, for teams that need a quarterback, the Colts sit at 4. If you want to jump the Colts and choose who you want, the option's open, and you're already seeing Tennessee inquiring, other teams inquiring. That Arizona pick, Neil, might be the most interesting pick in the top 10 because you don't know who's going to go up and get it.
And consequently, you don't know who it's going to be following up that. Will it be another quarterback? Will it be a situation where it's a Jalen Carter move? All of those things are still in play as well. So I think once we get the answer to that Arizona pick, because I believe if it is Arizona, they will go to the offensive line.
I
agree. They need offensive line because, look, you're married to Kyler Murray at this point.
He's locked up.
You're married. There's no prenup, nothing. You are engaged, joined at the hip with Kyler Murray. That's your guy at $47 million per, by the way. So good luck. But whatever, what's done is done. So you got to figure out a way through. But we're getting close to it, guys. You see how we're doing this right now. The Colts, they've said it. ESPN's reported it. It's quarterback season for them. Whatever quarterback that is, it's quarterback.
And for some reason, and we've been talking about this for a while now, it makes too much sense at 4. If the Colts never traded up, Neil, to go get a quarterback, you know who they're looking at? Somebody who will be there for them at 4. You know what that sounds like to me? Sounds like Will Levis. Because if you're the Colts and you need a quarterback, why not trade up even from 4 to 1? They stayed put, whether it was their own fault or not. Will Levis, Neil.
Oh, Will Levis.
Maybe top 4.
I know, Will Levis. I watched that game. I always go back to this. I watched the game when they played Florida.
The eyeballs didn't lie.
Good luck, Colts. Good luck. Brings us to number 5, Seattle. Jalen Carter is seems to be the people's champion with it, which takes us to number 6, your Detroit Lions. The early returns, Devon Witherspoon. We are going to get into it. But as we said, we're live here at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Still time for you to come on down before the Lions pick. It is the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. Let's send it over to our Lions reporter for the year, of course, Gabby. You know Gabby is here in the house as well. So let's let you get to know Gabby Phillips.
Thanks so much, Ryan. Gabrielle D. Phillips, Woodward Sports beat reporter. Happy to be here down at Fifth Ave for the official Woodward Sports draft party brought to you by Circa Sports. We're excited to be here and bring you some Lions inside information tonight.
All right, appreciate that, Gabby. Thank you very much. Back here at Fifth Avenue, and as we said, we are getting it in right now. And that brings us to the Lions, as we said. Devon Witherspoon, tracking. Devon Witherspoon becoming the heavy betting. When I say heavy, I'm talking about like 50 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
I'm talking about like Juicy J's stock portfolio. Although you're probably going to buy a lot of stock. You know, you were drinking High Noon earlier.
I knew it was coming.
I drink bourbon.
So Neil came at me for a seltzer. All right, and I got to admit, Neil with the bourbon, you do look much official. Much more
there
official.
You go.
So I can't lie to you. But the most interesting thing about the Lions picking is really the unknown. Even last year, go back, last draft, remember who was the second or third favorite to go number 2 overall? Mr. Malik Willis.
Right.
So sometimes these lines aren't always true, but Devon Witherspoon to me, Neil, I mean, they were at his pro day. You have Kirby already. You know, that doesn't affect much. They need a corner. I mean, you got to take one at some point. I'm not a huge fan of one at 6, but let's be real. If you're talking contractually, Emmanuel Mosley on a 1-year deal, CJ Gardner-Johnson on a 1-year deal, it's something that I think the Lions are going to consider, and we'll see what happens. Witherspoon, arguably the best corner available. But the question is, Neil, if you're drafting him at 6, Sauce went, 4? Derek Stingley went 3. Devon Witherspoon, if he's drafted at 6, he's getting basically as much money as, CJ Gardner-Johnson.
And that's always been my point of contention with it. Are you telling me he's C.J. Gardner-Johnson? Because you're paying him like it.
Right.
And, guys, look, we got to put the college-ish aside. All right? None of that stuff matters anymore. NFL, professional football, you are what you're paid. You are what you're paid, and you're expected to perform as such. That's the reality. Because if you don't, guess what happens to you?
Deuces.
Yeah. That's absolutely how it goes down. WoodwardSports.com chat thread. Jack Stark says, cheers, Neil. Patrick says, there it is. Cheers. Cheers, everybody. We are doing it.
With the bourbon.
No, but Juicy J, that's what it is for me, man. Like, I'm not like somebody that's going to, freak out and pound the desk if they do end up with Devon Witherspoon. I'm not going to do that here tonight. I'm not. Devon Witherspoon at 10, 11, 12. Now, give that
smells a lot
me.
better.
Because, and look, you guys call me a geek, you guys call me a dork, stuff like that. Although this does revolve around money, for me, that's where it's at. And Devon Witherspoon at 10 costs roughly about half as much. And that's when I'm on board with it. That's when it becomes a value. Because as we've seen, the C.J. Gardner-Johnson thing, the Mosley thing, all of that stuff, value. That's the way you win in this league. Jared Goff, you can say, and yes, that's the first Jared Goff reference of the night. Everybody get it in. Everybody get excited. Everybody start roaring, all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is this. Based on what he produced, he's a value. You cannot question that. Off of last year, what he's being paid this year, when you see what Lamar Jackson got, as I just told you, Kyler Murray's a $47 million guy in this league. Jared Goff's a value. That's what I'm into. Devon Witherspoon at $6 million a year is not a value to me. It's not. Now, Brad Holmes, look, he's earned the benefit of the doubt. As you said, let Brad Holmes cook. I'll let him cook. My eyebrow will be raised. And that's fair. That's fair.
Very fair. And even with Devin, it's not the issue whether you'll be upset or not if he's selected at 6. The problem is, what are your expectations for Devon Witherspoon? Because I'm expecting elite. I'm expecting
You're expecting number 6 overall in the draft.
Absolutely.
That's
maybe not Sauce Gardner, but to some extent, you got to be elite, Neil. You're drafted number 6 overall.
You got to be in the same parking lot.
You do.
Like I know Sauce is like a valet, and you don't have to be valet, but you better get one of those first 2 rows at Somerset.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Like the covered garage, right? You better get one of those 2 rows.
Absolutely.
I'm not saying you got to be the Lambo that's valeted, but damn it, you better be close, man.
What makes this interesting is who falls to the Lions at 6, for example. If Jalen Carter's there for the Lions, I don't think there's many people that would disagree with me. You pull that trigger. You draft Jalen Carter. But if there's a team like the Eagles who are very interested in getting a Jalen Carter, because if Jalen and Will Anderson are gone, Neil, besides a quarterback, I don't see a team wanting to trade up that 4 spots especially. But if Jalen's there and the Bears are at 9, the Eagles are intimidated, and Brad's completely out. I'm just talking from Brad's opinion. You could get a haul for that pick and still get Witherspoon and more assets.
See, but here's the thing, though, Jeff. If we're sitting here saying it, and look, the Lions, there's a green arrow next to them. The trajectory's rising. If they're a stock, you're buying them. I know you're buying them. 8% of every dollar bet to win the Super Bowl is bet on the Detroit Lions. So, people are buying. So if you fancy yourself as a good football team, that's justified based on people's actions. However, if you're in a spot and you don't want it, what makes you think that other people do?
Bingo. That's the big thing. Because people assume, Neil, I love this. It's my favorite thing ever. We'll just trade out. Trade up or trade back. Okay, well, typically, if you didn't know this, in sports, it takes 2 to tango. So if you're going to trade, you need a trade partner. So for the Lions to even trade up or trade back at all, even from 6 or 18, they're going to need somebody there that someone's willing to move up to get, or either they're able to move back, or move up and give up assets. So again, like you said, Neil, sometimes it's much harder done than said, especially this draft. But Brad has shown, at least in recent history, if he likes a player, he'll go get him. And we'll see what Brad does. He traded up 20 picks last year to get Jamison Williams. Don't count him out.
WoodwardSports.com chat thread. We have Roger Horvath who says, I'm with you, Neil. I don't want Witherspoon at 6. I'm not saying I don't want Witherspoon. I would prefer him not to be at 6. So what we're going to do right now is we'll take a quick break. We're going to come back. We are live. We are here, the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. We're at Fifth Avenue. Everyone's getting it in. Listen to these people. Bricked up. We'll be right back.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big, we go all night, and here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Welcome back to the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show, brought to you by Circa Sports here at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. And look, we're calling all sports bettors want to follow the action around the 2023 NFL Draft, the NHL playoffs, the NBA playoffs. Download the Circa app today and access their complete menu of live odds anytime, anywhere, even outside Nevada, anytime, anywhere. Registration's quick and easy. You don't have to fund it. There's no funding required. Just keep the odds with you. All you got to do, go to circasports.com/NV app. Again, circasports.com/NV, like the postal code for Nevada. circasports.com/NV app. And the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show is brought to you by Circa Sports. We are back here at Fifth Avenue. Neil Rule, Jeff Iafredi will be joined by Ron Ermanni and Braylon Edwards coming up in just a couple of minutes. Everybody's bricked up. We are ready to go. We're monitoring everything that's going on. Any kind of breaking news, we will cut in. We will take that breaking news for you and get everything ready to go. Tons of Lions fans. I did a video earlier. There's a guy here with a Danny Dimes, Daniel Jones Giants jersey. His name is Nick. You know what? Respect.
There he is, chilling.
Respect. There he is right there. I don't know. Yeah.
Neil, you know the kind of kahunas it takes to pull up with a Daniel Dimes jersey?
No, stop. I'll even cut you off there.
Okay.
How much does it take to buy a Daniel Jones jersey, let alone wear it in front of people, let alone wear it to a Lions draft party in Royal Oak, Michigan?
Yeah.
But he's here, so you know what? Props to him. When we did the video, though, you know what he did? He pulled out his replica Super Bowl ring and said, right there. And that always gets us, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it always gets us. I should have got the guy with 4 rings.
Yeah, see, then Darren's got 4 cups. So
should have got the guy with 4 rings.
At that point, it's a different level. But Neil, that's being a Lions fan, and this is why the whole stoked not scared narrative, and this is why DMAC. I've seen some merchandise. Stoked not scared. People are repping it. It's a real thing. And listen, as Lions fans, this is a new era, and I know Neil, I feel you. There is a part of me that is scared, but at the same time, this regime, it's hard not to be stoked. Come on. It's 2023. You got Brad Holmes. He's 2 for 2 in drafts. About to be 3 for 3.
About to be 3 for 3. A run that we have never seen here before.
Run.
But we're getting ready. We are less than 13 minutes away from the draft going live. And we've been talking about, we kind of broken down a little bit that top 5 leading into the Lions pick. And of course, the Lions sitting there at number 18 as it stands right now. And look, the Devon Witherspoon thing, again, according to the betting lines from Circa Sports, he's probably going to be the pick at 6. Okay, I can make my peace with it. It's Brad Holmes. Let Brad Holmes cook. But again, letting Brad Holmes cook at pick number 18, how do you see that one shaking out? And not so much how do you see it shaking out, because that's kind of an unfair question.
Right.
Because we don't know how these things are going to play out in trades and stuff like that. What do you desire, Juicy J, other than another high noon?
Okay. See, Neil had to throw in that. He's a slick guy. I'll tell you that. He's a professional.
Excuse me.
But at 18, a lot of things could happen. And honestly, I know this is a little bit of a cop-out, but it depends on what they do at 6. I think that matters, because if you take, let's say, a Jalen Carter, well, it opens up, it kind of cancels out Kalijah Kancey. Sorry, Adam, but it does. And it opens up a lane for another edge rusher. Maybe, hell, I won't think this will happen, but maybe a Bijan Robinson. You don't know who's going to be there at 18. And honestly, Brad has a lot of flexibility here, Neil, because he can either trade up if someone's falling, maybe one of the DBs that he likes, or he could trade back if there's nobody there worth taking. So 18 is a tough one to predict, but the fact that you have Brad Holmes with all the options available at 18, you don't want anybody else driving the boat. Nobody else being the captain but Mr. Brad Holmes in this scenario. But it really could go a lot of ways. Now, I know you hate this idea, but I'm going to bring it up anyway.
Please do. All right, let's get into it. we got time. Let's get into it.
So if a quarterback is taken at 6, that changes also what they do at 18, because, number one, they can't go back-to-back offensive players, because I will even have a pitchfork, even though I'm a little more open to the idea of a quarterback. But if they take a quarterback, Neil, that's definitely going to change how they think. But I know how you feel about the idea of taking a quarterback. You see this as a window in taking somebody like a C.J. Stroud or another quarterback at 6. And by the way, out on Will Levis, out on Anthony Richardson, that's me. But if they take a quarterback, you think it kind of it doesn't help them right now. It's more of a down the line, the next 5 years move.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to give you the response to that. First off, I want to send it over to our guy, Terry Foster, another part of our Detroit Lions reporting team. He had some big news for us the last time we talked to him. What's Terry got right now?
Uncle T.
Terry Foster here with Woodward Sports. And for the first time in my life, I'm excited to say that I'm an insider with the Detroit Lions. I just can't wait. So I'm going to give you all kinds of good stuff. And so hopefully we'll have fun for the remainder of the Lions season. I can't wait.
Appreciate it, Uncle T, as we like to say, Terry Foster, and he will be part of our Lions reporting squad this year as well at Woodward Sports, back here at the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show, brought to you by Circa Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Still time for you to get out here and get involved. You see this crowd out here. Everybody's bricked up. Everybody's stoked. Everybody's everything right now. Juicy J's got a couple of high noons down, so he's ready to go. You know how it is. But you asked me the question, Jeff.
I did.
About the quarterback thing. And I'll go on the record. And this won't be different. You watch Big D Energy from 11 to 1. You've heard me kind of with this take before. But I'll give it to you again, because it has not changed, and it will not change. If you were following the social channels here at Woodward, they asked us to provide one draft guarantee, one draft lock. And I'll tell you this, my lock, I don't like any of these quarterbacks. Guys, I watched Anthony Richardson play against Will Levis. I killed 2 birds with 1 stone one night. I was told I had to check into this game. When Kentucky played Florida, they told me, you have to watch this game. 2 of the best quarterbacks in the country are going to be playing each other. Yeah. So I watched that game, and I watched Anthony Richardson have a QBR, a quarterback rating of 2.3 in the game, which made Will Levis's like 41 look even better.
Yeah.
I watched that game.
Yeah, it did.
3.5 hours of my life I'm never going to get back.
No.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in those guys. And Tom Mazaway can pump his fist all he wants to back there, because that tells me that's another reason. If Maz wants in on him, I want out of him. And look, guys, I'm being honest here, man. I'm not interested in any of these guys. I watched them did you ever see them play? I did, for 3.5 hours.
With these.
I drank 3/4 of a bottle of bourbon. That was the only thing I could do to make the pain go away. I drank for pain that night, personal pain that I had to go through watching that. I'm not interested in any of them. I don't want any of them. C.J. Stroud.
Oh, here we go.
C.J. Stroud.
I was waiting for you to get to him.
You can't beat Michigan. Ohio State beats Michigan all the time for 20 years. When C.J. Stroud's there, they can't beat them at all. Why would I want that? I'm not interested in that either. Well, so again, Bryce Young, maybe whatever, but it's not going to happen because Carolina traded up for it. They mortgaged their future for him. Are you going to look me in the eye? You're going to mortgage your future. Mortgage your future for that guy. There's no way, man.
Okay, define.
I'm not doing it.
Define mortgage your future.
Multiple first-round picks.
To trade up.
Multiple second-round picks for Bryce Young.
Yeah.
At 5'10".
Yeah, that's bad.
You want that? No, look me in the eye and tell me that. You're going to give away all these picks they got.
The only type of prospect you do that for is Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow. Typically, those guys don't even trade out. The teams just stay put and take them.
They're never going to trade it.
Yes, they're not.
That's what I'm talking about.
They're staying put. But here, this is why I say this. And I know you're already out on C.J. Stroud. I actually agree with you about Will Levis and Anthony Richardson. But it
makes me want to drink again just that I had to talk about him.
You're going to have to get this man more bourbon. But
Makers on the rocks, please, somebody.
When you bring up Goff,
Jesus Christ.
I think sometimes Lions fans tend to be, especially now with the amped-up expectations, they can sometimes be a little short-sighted, Neil. And rightfully so. It's a big opportunity this year to go out, take the division, and have playoff success. But it's not just about this year. It's about the next 5 years, at least in my opinion. You want to sustain this type of success. And as Jared Goff coming down the pipeline, unless he asks for a significant discount, which, again, mentioned Daniel Dimes, he shouldn't. Jared Goff could come to the negotiation table if he comes out next year and has another good year and say, I want at least 45, at least. And the question is, is Brad Holmes willing to give him that? Because it's been reported. Jared had a press conference already. You can go and watch this. They asked him, would you be willing to resign with the Detroit Lions? He's open to it, but you know what he said? I haven't spoken to them about any extensions yet. So maybe next year, but Neil, you got to at least think about Jared coming up for a contract soon. I'm with you. Discount right now, but what about in 2 years? What are we looking at? I want to keep Amon-Ra. I want to keep Penei Sewell. I want to keep these guys. Can't pay everybody.
Well, first off, number one, on that, and I talked about this on Big D Energy today from 11 to 1. Wrap your mind around this, Jeff, and everybody get prepared for it. Penei, Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Yep.
You ain't keeping all of them. Ask the Kansas City Chiefs. They just had to let go one of their best defensive players. Had to let him go. Had to let him walk.
Because, of course, Patrick Mahomes takes up a majority of their salary cap, but rightfully so. I think Mahomes,
Absolutely.
I mean, you're going to pay that man. It's a blank check. You sign it. So he's different. But what about for not Patrick Mahomes?
Okay, well, let's flip that script then. Then, okay, so what are you telling me then? You're gonna break the bank and get all these guys, and you're gonna go get Anthony Richardson, Anthony Richardson. You're gonna go get that year's C.J. Stroud. You're gonna go get that year's Will Levis, and you're gonna hand the football to that, and you're gonna Penei Sewell standing there saying, "I'm a gold jacket loading, bro."
Of course.
And this is the guy I'm supposed to follow.
But you're basing it off worst case scenario. Of course,
that's all there is.
Hitting on a quarterback. If you're going off statistically, yes, it's the hardest position to get right. But I look at teams like the 49ers, Eagles most recently, but the 49ers, they've been drafting quarterbacks the last decade. No, they do it consistently, but they always have an elite team. And look what they were this year with Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship game. Now, can you go out and find a Brock Purdy? Of course it's hard. But the point is, they're about to just –
what did they finish with? They finished with their running back at quarterback. That's what they finished
because his elbow, Neil, he got hurt.
Okay. Because the guy they mortgaged the future for isn't playing either. You see what I'm saying? Like that's
the other side of it. You move up, they give up multiple first-round picks. Yeah, he could stink. But there's also the other side of it. In Jalen Hurts, by the way, typically quarterbacks, if we're going to go off taking flyers, it doesn't always work out. Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, Lamar was the last pick in the first round. Russell Wilson.
That happens
rarely.
under 1% of the time.
People talk about draft, whoever in the fifth round.
And that's the other thing, too. Like, real quick, we got a couple minutes before this thing gets started. What are you looking for in totality for the Lions draft this year? And look, the Lions drafted quarterback crowd is so unrelenting that they've broken me to where you want to give up a six-rounder and use a lottery ticket, fine, do it. You're throwing the pick away. Math tells you that you're throwing the pick away. But you guys want to do what's going to make you feel better about everything, then go ahead and do it.
The scenario I would ask you is if you're in a scenario where the only players left on the board are C.J. Stroud, let's say best players, overall players, Devon Witherspoon, Tyree Wilson, you're telling me you're not even blinking, you're not even thinking, you're going Tyree Wilson at 6. If Jalen Anderson...
I don't know the medicals. You know what I'm saying?
That's the scary part.
That's the scary part of that right now. And that's something that none of us have been privy to.
Right.
We don't know that. So I'm concerned about the medicals the same way everybody else is. Yeah. That's why we're going to sit here at Fifth Avenue. We're going to take it all in, just like everybody here is going to take it all in as well. WoodwardSports.com chat thread. Dad with Tourette says, Neil with Jeff together, elite duo. Well, it's like bourbon and a high noon. Like one side's better than the other side.
See,
in that.
Look what the can of worms you just opened. Because now he just had to bring up the high noon. Listen, it was my choice. I bought the high noon. I went the seltzer route, and Neil caught me. And if Neil catches you with his seltzer, he will hold it against you. I found that out the hard way today.
100%. PB and Jelly 99, bye-bye. You guys sound like idiots. Okay, PB, see you later, brother. There's thousands more where you came from, my friend. So go ahead, man. Go turn on a Zoom call on another sports station's website. Let me know how that one's working out. We're out here with the people right now. But again, we're chopping it up right now. It is the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Still time for you guys to roll out. Still time for you guys to get down here. We got Ermanni and Edwards. They will be here. Maz is here also. We'll be kind of rotating the coverage. Jeff Iafredi and I will be back with you. That's the way it's going to work. The heavyweights will make an appearance. All of your favorite Woodward Sports people, even some of your non-favorites, like people that want to take quarter, people that wanted Malik Willis at number 2.
No. I'm not.
Those people will be here.
Yeah, those people.
You know what I'm saying? They'll all be here.
Yeah, listen, me and Adam went on a couple-month just straight of trying to convince people not to take Malik Willis, but it didn't work out.
It didn't work out.
And it played out that way, but here we are.
No, it's all in good fun, though. Regardless of what happens, the moral of the story is your Detroit Lions are the betting favorite to win the division.
There you go.
And that's the way that it's going to go down. We are going to take a break. When we come back, Ermanni and Edwards will be at the desk. Guys, we are live. We are here at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. The Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus. Let's get this thing started. Woo! Let's go!
Three NBA championships. Detroit fans were there. 11 Stanley Cups. Detroit fans were there. 4 World Series wins. Detroit fans were there. And that one Lions playoff win in 1991? Yeah, Detroit fans were there. Woodward Sports, where the fans are.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big, we go all night, and here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
You've heard of Gordon Ramsay. You've heard of Bobby Flay. But Thursday night Master Chef Brad Holmes will be in the kitchen with all of the ingredients needed to make a great dish on draft night. Join Woodward Sports for our 3rd annual Woodward Sports Draft Party, live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. The past 2 years, these parties have been standing room only, so get your tickets early at eventbrite.com. Don't miss out on all the fun with Braylon Edwards, Ryan Ermanni, Neil Rule, Darren McCarty, and the entire Woodward Sports crew. The party starts at 7:30 p.m. Don't miss the biggest draft party in the Motor City, brought to you by the biggest network, Woodward Sports.
And here we go.
Yes,
The official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. We are live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Ryan Ermanni, Braylon Edwards, the whole crew is here. The night is tonight. We've been talking about it for months, Braylon, and we are just minutes away from the first pick of the NFL draft. Before I get going, in 2005, you were in that draft room. In 2005, you were sitting where these players are sitting right now. What do you remember about that night, and what are these players going through right now?
Well, I remember I wasn't going to make as much money as they stand to make in 2023. But I just was remembering, this is what I dreamed of. This is what it was for. This is what all the long nights, with my dad in high school and middle school and going to Michigan with Lloyd Carr telling me I had to be a certain way to have success. Then I did that. Then I got there, and I was sitting in that room, and I just was like, all the fruit of my labor, everybody that came, my grandmother, my mother, my father, my aunts, my uncles, my coaches, my principals, everybody that had something to do with Braylon Edwards was about to be in for a real treat because I was about to go 3rd overall. So it was a village, and I got there.
Without question, the sea of people in Kansas City on hand for this one. A year from now, it'll be in Detroit, but right now it's in Kansas City. And we've got to see
calm down. I know you're excited.
Yeah, we've got to see people behind us as well.
You guys ready?
Live in Royal Oak, baby. That's right. So, Braylon, the Lions have the 6th pick right now. Bit of news before the draft breaks. I want your opinion on this. Before the draft, just about an hour ago, Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens agreed on a 5-year extension, $260 million, $185 million guaranteed. Your thoughts on Lamar Jackson finally getting that long-term deal?
He saved upwards of 2.4 to 7.6 by not having an attorney. I cannot wait to see all the apologies to Lamar Jackson and his mother for handling it the way that he wanted to handle it. It was well-deserved. He won the MVP in year 2. You know what he is. He's big-time football when he's healthy. They add Odell Beckham. Defense has been the thing. Hasn't been good so in the last couple of years, but Lamar Jackson has been steady. Now he's ready. It's time to go get it for the Baltimore Ravens.
They will not need a quarterback in this one.
No, they won't.
As Lamar Jackson stays in the AFC. Braylon, this draft to me starts at 2. The Houston Texans, whether they take a defensive player or whether they go quarterback, that's when the draft starts to me.
100%, whether they go quarterback or whether they trade back, whether they take a defensive pick. We know what DeMeco Ryans is. DeMeco Ryans is a linebacker that played for the Houston Texans at the highest level. Every defensive coach, every defensive team that has success, they got a player. Whether it's Brian Billick, whether it's Ray Lewis with Brian Billick, whether it's Lawrence Taylor with Bill Parcells, he has a chance to get 2. I counted 2 defensive players in this draft that can be his staple for his whole career. I think at 2, the draft starts because they also damn sure need a quarterback.
Prevailing theme, Bray, is that Bryce Young will go number 1. We will hear his name called in just a couple of minutes. But again, how many quarterbacks, this is what I'm going to be looking for tonight, how many quarterbacks go early? That just leaves the Detroit Lions to take that defensive player that they want. Look, Devon Witherspoon is a guy that has been mocked to them like crazy lately. But it depends, because if you see 3 quarterbacks go, if you see 4 quarterbacks go, maybe the dream scenario is alive at that point where you have Will Anderson and or Jalen Carter on the board for the Lions to take, which would essentially be a home run for this football team, in my opinion.
Yeah, 100%. You see the quarterbacks right now. People are moving up. We got one team that's talking about moving up right now, and that's the Tennessee Titans trying to move to the Arizona Cardinals pick at 3. You don't know what they're going to do at 2. It's going to be very interesting to see what are the Detroit Lions looking at 6. It's so many different scenarios, and even now we're, seconds away from the draft. It's so many different scenarios. It's going to be very interesting to see what are the Lions facing at 6 and what do they choose to do.
Arizona, and there is talk of this before the draft, that Arizona has been trying to trade out of this number 3 position for some time, Bray. Tennessee trying to trade up. Arizona does not want to take an offensive lineman at 3. Are they looking at Paris Johnson? Sure. I think Kyler Murray's favorite target would be the offensive lineman, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. But 3 seems to be high on that value chart. He does not seem to be a top 5 pick. Could you get Paris Johnson at 10 or 11 or 12? Probably. So Tennessee identifies their quarterback. It seems like a match made in heaven here, a trade between Tennessee and Arizona. Arizona probably, it's being talked about that they want to attach DeAndre Hopkins to any particular trade. Could DeAndre Hopkins and 3 be going to Tennessee? We'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, the Arizona Cardinals right now, that's the sweetener to the pot. They want to get rid of DeAndre Hopkins as well. They want to move DeAndre Hopkins with that. You got Tennessee wants to move up and get their quarterback. Ryan Ermanni, it looks like we might be underway. Roger Goodell is at the podium. I'll shut up and let it rock.
Well, Roger Goodell is getting things started. It appears
no one likes Roger Goodell. That's obvious.
He gets booed a lot.
Yeah.
So Roger Goodell opening the NFL draft right now. How about that scene in Kansas City? And a good show of Lions fans out there. We've got our good friend Ron Cracchiola.
He is there. He is there. Always good to see. I thought that was Jim Brandstetter to the right. I thought he lost weight. So look at Brandy.
This is fantastic stuff.
100%. She's a funny actress, by the way. She's I think she does the voices for Bob's Burgers.
So, Braylon, it is nearly impossible to predict how this thing is going to go. Up top, obviously, but, you know, when you look at picks 18 for the Lions, they're going to get – the Detroit Lions are in a spot right now, Bray, where they can come out and play a football game tomorrow. They can. They're in the unique position of not needing a particular position.
Yeah.
That's where I stand on that. I mean, everybody's talking about defense. I think they could go offense here if the players are right.
This is true, but I think everybody's talking about defense because if you look at the start of last season for the Detroit Lions, that 1-6 start, their defense was horrible. The defensive line in the middle was bad. The secondary play was terrible. So that's why you're hearing defense. But because of the moves that the mad scientist Brad Holmes made in the offseason, especially with the secondary, ensuring that up, now the Detroit Lions are in a space where you're like, it doesn't matter what we do. But, yes, it actually does. That pick six has still got something on the line.
You know, this is one of the most unique NFL drafts when you look locally here for the Lions as well, because, Braylon, I'm not sure if you tell me right now, tell me one position they absolutely have to have. What's one player they absolutely have to have in this draft to compete for a division championship, heaven forbid, an NFC championship next year? I don't think that guy's out there.
He is out there. His name is Jalen Carter. He went to Georgia. He's back-to-back national champ. 2 years ago, he was the best player on the field with all those guys who won the first round. But let's just take a second to pause for 1 second. You got Patrick Mahomes holding. You got him holding the Lombardi Trophy with Travis Kelce out there. While the city has the draft, you see that energy? Just imagine if the Detroit Lions won the Super Bowl in 2024 and then had this opportunity to do the same thing next year in April. Oh, my God.
That would be something else. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes on the stage in Kansas City right now, along with Travis Kelce, hoisting that Super Bowl trophy, the Lombardi Trophy, for winning. And look, every team in the league that drafts tonight is chasing that guy right there. Every team in the league that is drafting tonight is chasing that team and that player. And I think when you look, we've been talking about this for about 4 months, Braylon, and that's the quarterback position.
My God.
Can Jared Goff go mano-a-mano with that guy?
If you put the right team around him, then yes. At the end of the day, right now, it's been shown that, you know, the only person to beat him mano-a-mano is Joe Burrow. But Joe Burrow had a horrible offensive line. Jared Goff can go mano-a-mano if you put the right team around him. Jalen Hurts. Nobody would have thought Jalen Hurts before the season started could go mano-a-mano with Patrick Mahomes. But he went mano-a-mano and actually had a better Super Bowl, if you ask me, than Patrick Mahomes did. But it was the team you put around him. It was how they stacked that defense. It was how they stacked that offense. They put everything that Philadelphia as well as Jalen Hurts needed to have success in the playoffs and the Super Bowl last year.
And if you're going to put the perfect team around Jared Goff, Braylon, does that mean you look at the running back position at 6? Does that mean you look at the offensive line position at 6?
100%. You've heard you talk about it. You want Bijan Robinson. If you're looking at, you know, your defensive players being gone, why not go with the best talent? Bijan Robinson at 6. I think that you can move back a couple spots and still get Bijan, but I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. If this is the next move to get a Super Bowl right now, if this is to take you over the top right now, then why not get Bijan Robinson? But you can't move past about 9 if you're trying to get Bijan Robinson.
All right, Braylon, the Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock. The NFL Draft is underway, and you are watching the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. We are live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. If you're watching on woodwardsports.com, we certainly appreciate it. Maybe you're watching on YouTube as well. Nearly 2,000 live viewers on YouTube. We can't thank you enough, everybody in the chat as well. 10 minutes in between picks. The Carolina Panthers seem not to be in a hurry to rush their selection. Bryce Young looks like he's the pick, Braylon. Give me a thought on Bryce Young.
He's a pick. I mean, you look at it. You're talking about a Carolina Panthers starting their franchise. Frank Wright wanted to get things going in the right way. What better person to get it going with when the guy that was the best high school quarterback, best high school player, he came in, won a national championship as a sophomore, as well as the Heisman, came back his junior year. And you got to remember, Bryce Young is a part of an Alabama that's not the Alabama that Tua quarterback. It's not the Alabama that Jalen Hurts quarterback. It's not the Alabama that A.J. McCarron quarterback when they won the national championship and beat Notre Dame. They're not as good as they have been, and he still was able to do the things that he's done. If you're trying to start a franchise, make sure you get off on the right foot. Then Bryce Young right now is your pick.
You know, a couple of these Alabama guys, Bray, I mean, we talk so much, and we'll get beat up. I'll get beat up for the Malik Willis situation last year.
You saw Neil Rule took
right, shout out to Neil Rule over there. He'll join us momentarily. But if Bryce Young was in this draft last year, he would have been the number 1 or number 2 pick.
Yeah.
If Will Anderson was in this draft last year, he would have been the number 1 or number 2 pick. Those two players in particular, whether it was a question that Bryce was the best quarterback in this draft, you're talking about seeing Will Anderson potentially be on the board at 6. Maybe Tyree Wilson is the first defensive player taken by Houston at 2. Time will tell. We'll find out in a couple of minutes, but that to me is ludicrous.
The problem is nowadays everybody wants to talk about what people can do, what somebody didn't do, what they can do, where they fell short. What do they do good? What makes them amazing? Nowadays we live in a world where you want to point fault, you want to say this is the negative, this is the negative, this is why you don't get them, this is why you don't get them, this is why it may not work. Talk about why it may work. Talk about him being the best high school player in the country. Talk about him being the best college football player in the country. Talk about the Heisman Trophy. Talk about the Auburn game that he came back, the LSU game. Talk about the Georgia game 2 years ago where Georgia clearly was the best team in the country. But with Bryce Young and the guy that the Detroit Lions now know as Jamison Williams, those two guys almost won the national championship against Georgia. Start focusing on what you see, what you like, versus on what people tell you isn't good.
Everybody watching on YouTube right now, we'd certainly appreciate it if you could hit that like button. 2,000 live viewers on woodwardsports.com on YouTube. Hit that like button. Let's see if we can get to over 300 likes by the pick is in. By the time the pick is in, I should say. We're seeing Bryce Young. It almost seemed like, over these last 4 months, you pick these guys apart. Everybody picks these players apart, but it seems like Bryce Young in particular, everybody's talking about his size. Is he more like Kyler Murray, or is he more like Russell Wilson?
At the end of the day, I think he's Bryce Young. I think he's different. I think he is a little smaller, but I think he is better than Kyler Murray, better than Baker Mayfield, better than all those guys that are young. His arm is better than those. His vision is better than those. Where his ball placement is better than those. He escapes to get out the pocket, much like a Russell Wilson was. Russell Wilson is mobile, has been mobile his own career, but he doesn't run just to run. He runs when he can, and he escapes the pocket, still looking to throw forward. Bryce Young is a definite great quarterback.
Under 5 minutes to go, one of the things about this pick, I guess if you're Carolina, you've had 4 months to scout these players, 3 months to scout these players. You're going to take all the time to do what? Field trade calls potentially?
Maybe trade calls. I mean, at the end of the day, what are you rushing for? Like, at the end of the day, you know who you want, but maybe something comes up.
You know who you want.
Maybe something comes up last minute. Ryan, you never, ever, ever can – what's the word I'm looking for? You never, ever, ever can not – be aware or be safe in terms of somebody coming up. Somebody could call you at the last second. It could be a minute and 15, and it could be whoever. Hey, look, we realize we need Bryce Young. What do we got to do to get to 1? So you're just waiting for that. At the end of the day, you're waiting for that last hit. They know who they want. Look at all that. They're ready to get excited. They're ready to cheer like last year when Aiden Hutchinson got drafted by the Detroit Lions, when Jamison Williams got drafted by Detroit Lions. They're ready to jump for joy. They're just waiting for that last second crazy offer.
And, not only that, Bray, but it was reported that Carolina did not call the player before the draft to tell them they were selecting them with the number 1 overall pick. What would be the reason that they wouldn't do that?
I think it's because of what I just said. They are clearly certain that this draft is one of those where it's like, I like this guy, but I like this guy. I don't like this guy because of this. I don't like this guy because of this. But the pick is in. It's time to be quiet.
That's right. The pick is in. We will hear from the commissioner momentarily. What's going to happen in this room, we will turn our mics off, and you will hear from the commissioner as he walks to the podium. Very exciting, and we'll see now how fast the draft moves. Yeah. We anticipate Houston and Arizona will take all the time in the world because they're going to want, perhaps, to field all the calls. We hear that. I think that was a pre-fire on that. That was a pre-fire on that. But so one of these quarterbacks is going to go, Braylon. Where will Anthony Richardson go? Where will C.J. Stroud go? Where will Will Levis go? Will you have to wait?
We don't know. We have to wait. It's one of those things where now everybody's trying to tell you who should be drafted. This is why this person should be drafted. This is why this person shouldn't be drafted. At the end of the day, Ryan,
he doesn't look happy. Bryce Young does not look happy. Oh, there you go. There's a smile. Okay. I was a little worried about any kind of surprises here.
Nah, Bryce Young is a very chill individual. He's very regal. He has a poker face. He's a young cat, so I don't make much of that.
There's no doubt about it. A lot of Lions fans in the house there. I see the crack man, Ron Cracchiola, over there, too.
Are those Lions or Carolina
Oh,
Panthers?
that's Carolina. Oh, darn it.
Yeah, I'm about to say.
Yeah, they showed the crack man a couple of times over there.
I see some Lions fans in the back. A lot of
So
red,
as
sea of red.
Goodell comes out,
So if the
Houston
why
is
it,
did you see that Houston clock?
yeah, I did.
All right, here we go. We are going to bring our
Are we
audio
gonna be able to
down
hear?
and raise the commissioners. There it is. So Bryce Young goes #1 overall. Nick Saban in there. What a night for the young man. The first overall pick, Braylon. There's a lot of pressure that comes along with that first overall pick.
Yeah, it does. And
He's prepared for it.
it's a lot of pressure, but part of that pressure is on the Carolina Panthers to make sure he's in the right situation. But you're right, he's prepared for it. His head coach was Nick Saban. There aren't too many coaches in the NFL that are better than Nick Saban. You know what? He was the best quarterback in high school, best player in high school. Talked about he won national championship 2 years ago, beat Georgia 2 years ago. Like, he's done everything that you're supposed to do. If he wasn't the first pick in the draft, I don't know what would be wrong. Now, look, his career and what it can be, that's up to him and that's up to Frank Reich and how they conduct it. But right now, this was the best player for the draft. You're a franchise that's trying to get off the ground, trying to get in the right situation. And you look at that division is winnable right now. Derek Carr, if you're Bryce Young, are you really that scared of Derek Carr as a veteran that you got to be? No, you're not.
They can certainly be a division contender.
Baker Mayfield, Derek Carr, Bryce Young, and I'm missing one team. Tampa,
we don't know who Tampa is.
Baker Mayfield.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
Baker Mayfield. Derek
Atlanta.
Atlanta. Oh, that's the wild
Desmond
card.
Ritter.
Is it?
As of now, it is Desmond Ritter.
Yeah.
But Bryce Young, so Houston is on the clock, guys, and this is where the draft starts. To me, this is where the NFL draft begins. Is Houston going to take C.J. Stroud, or are they going to take a defensive player? And if they take a defensive player, which defensive player will they take? Will it be Will Anderson? Will it be Tyree Wilson?
If they don't take a quarterback, it's going to be Will Anderson Jr. D'Amico Ryans was a linebacker. Will Anderson Jr. is a linebacker. I'm telling you, he's the bona fide stud in this draft in terms of what we've seen and what we know. It's Will Anderson Jr. if they go defense.
Under 6 minutes to go for the Houston Texans as they are on the clock now. C.J. Stroud is a player that got a lot of attention for his low test scores, Braylon. And we have seen over time, now he says, look, I'm not a good test taker, I'm a football player, but we have seen over time with this particular test, it is no longer the Wonderlic test. It is a different test. There is not one player that scored below 50 on this that turned out to be a good quarterback in the NFL. Now, it's a recent test. He scored 18. Does that frighten teams?
In the world that we live in now, with the analytics playing a large part of what people think, how people view things, how people make decisions, how people cut players, draft players, I think it's a much bigger deal nowadays than it would have been. But you're talking about C.J. Stroud. Listen, he may have gone to Ohio State, but I've watched the games. That guy can break down a defense. He can break down coverage. He sees it fast. Even though he had great guys on the outside and good running backs, who hasn't? Joe Burrow had great running backs and great guys on the outside. He was able to decipher. Don't punish C.J. Stroud for how good he's been. Don't punish him for that. I think C.J. Stroud in that test is malarkey.
All right, the Houston Texans pick is in. Right now, Bryce Young is being interviewed on ESPN by Susie Colbert. So as soon as this interview finishes up, we anticipate Roger Goodell coming to the podium. Will it be a quarterback? Will it be a defensive player? D'Amico Ryans, if he is not a believer in these quarterbacks, D'Amico Ryans, a great defensive player for the Houston Texans, a defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers, might want to build that defense with the best defensive player in this draft. We will find out momentarily. I think for the Lions' sake, Braylon, I think you really hope I think you hope this pick is Tyree Wilson. If you are the Detroit Lions, you hope this pick is Tyree Wilson.
I mean, obviously, you want to give your chance at the players that you really want. If it's Tyree Wilson, then cool. You got Tyree Wilson off the board, quarterback off the board that's still going to give you a chance at a Will Anderson Jr. or Jalen Carter or, whatever. You want this pick to be there, but at the same time, it goes back to what we've been saying. The Lions have put themselves in a very good situation, Ryan. So it doesn't matter what happens when you get to 6 because Brian Holmes will be able to work his magic.
Texans
He
draft
trying to kick
now.
somebody out the room. Who are you? Who you with? Who was that? Get out of here.
There is some confusion in the Houston Texans draft room right now.
Somebody's friend didn't have a wristband.
Yeah, right.
Somebody's friend didn't have a wristband.
Here's my situation on that. I believe Arizona then can trade out of the pick, right? Arizona can trade to Tennessee, take a quarterback. Indianapolis takes a quarterback, and then you'll see what the Seattle Seahawks do. Will they take a quarterback, or they will take Jalen Carter, perhaps? That leaves Will Anderson to you.
Yeah, the crazy thing is Texans aren't the only crazy pick because the Seattle Seahawks, I think they're the second crazy pick of the draft. Because you look at the Seattle Seahawks, Jalen Carter, if he's there, a lot of talks there. Tyree Wilson has been talked to Seattle. Anthony Richardson has been talked to. You see the deal that Geno Smith did? Basically is over after 2 years. Basically, he can start in the second year if you're Anthony Richardson. So Seattle Seahawks will be the next pick outside of Houston where it gets interesting.
Once we get this pick, once the commissioner comes to the desk, we are going to check in with our guys just off to the side over here, Neil Rule and Jeff Iafrate. They are waiting patiently to get in on here, chomping at the bit to get involved. I want to hear this Texans pick because, again, this will impact what the Lions do. And is there a trade coming at 3? We will find that out as well. But the pick is in. Let's go to the commish.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome. JB, smooth. You got to be sharper than that, brother. No, we are back at it, though. Neil Roll, Jeff Iafrate back over here with you at desk number 2. Here we go. This is a bombshell, everyone.
C.J. Stroud.
It's a bombshell.
Will Anderson is still on the board. Will Anderson is still on the board. Will Anderson is still on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, Neil,
let's go. C.J. Stroud, number 2. The dream is still alive, everybody. The dream is still alive. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet.
Let's go. Let's go, baby.
We forgot the cardinal lesson. You can always count on the Houston Texans to F it up. Every single time. There's the first bombshell, everybody. We knew one was coming. C.J. Stroud goes to the Houston Texans at number 2. We are off and running.
Wow. Wow. This was the pick, and I think for a while we assumed it was the pick, but as of recently, it was rumored Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson to the Texans. You get your answer. And Neil, we just went through the odds. C.J. Stroud, days ago, you said was a
30-1.
30-1. Minutes before the pick, heavy favorite.
Minus 2,400, that the odds always tell you. And we are here at Fifth Avenue. The first bombshell has fallen. And as we go to the woodwardsports.com chat thread, Kyle Stark says, I'm bricked up, baby. Everybody's bricked up. The dream is still alive.
Pause.
The dream is still alive. We knew. And you know what? That's on me. That's on me because I forgot it's the Houston Texans.
And Neil, patient because who's next? If they don't trade this pick, the Arizona Cardinals are next. And you know what the Arizona Cardinals love to do? They're going to mess it up as well and probably go offensive linemen. The Lions taking Will Anderson or Jalen Carter is still alive. It's a great night to be a Lions fan.
It is still alive, and business is picking up. We've talked about it all night long, all day long here on Woodward Sports. We know that the Cardinals were heavy. We've seen it on Twitter, talking with the Titans. Is that dead now, perhaps, because of the curveball with C.J. Stroud? I don't know. I'm here for it. I do want to see the trade, though. I do want to see the trade. NFL GMs, I know they're all watching.
Yep.
I know they're all watching Woodward Sports on the side TV over there. Hey, The run on quarterbacks is starting. Hurry. Everybody panic. Move up. Go get your quarterback. Take Anthony Richardson. Take Will Levis. Come get them all. Come get them all, everybody.
And by the way, Neil, if I'm Tennessee and C.J. Stroud is off the board, why am I trading anything to come up into all the way from 11 to 3? Arizona.
Oh, because you want the mighty Will Levis.
Oh, the mighty Will Levis, who the Colts stay put and never move their pick because they assume Will Levis will be there for them at 4, and it's looking exactly like that. The Cardinals, they're most likely going to stay put here, Neil, and they're not taking, at least I assume, Will Anderson, but you never know. He was mocked there for quite some time.
And also everybody else, too, like, as this stands, can we put to bed this whole test stuff? The test scores on the aptitude tests and all. Can we stop with that? It doesn't matter. If people think you're talented, they don't care. They don't care what you did on a test.
Yep.
They don't care about any of that. If they think you're talented, that's all that matters. And that's all.
And like Joe Klatt said, right? Joe Klatt covered C.J. Stroud for 8 games from his freshman year to now being drafted. And Joe Klatt even said, this test, supposedly to test his ability to process information, Joe Klatt watched it with his own eyeballs. He could process information. So the fact that all these rumors before the draft and C.J. Stroud sliding and Lions fans this morning on the Morning Woodward Show giving me flack for taking him at 6, he went to the Texans. They got their quarterback now with a new head coach in DeMeco Ryans.
No, and that is the case, and we see what they're doing, which I think that tells you, too, what the Houston Texans might do a little bit later on.
Yep.
That whole Jackson Smith and Jigba thing, I think that's something that's very real. But whatever. The Will Anderson, Jalen Carter dream survives and advances. Survive and advance. That's what we're doing. It's like it's March in college basketball.
Yep.
As Lions fans now, survive and advance. We got through 2.
Yep.
Can we get through 3? What's Arizona going to do? Let me see. They got about 2 minutes.
Neil, this has to be Will Anderson, does it not? This has to. If you're Arizona, it's very easy. J.J. Watt just retired. You can't. They struggle getting to the quarterback as it is. You have the best pass rusher on the board for you, a guy who would have went number 1 last year. This is a no-brainer. But knowing the Arizona Cardinals, and I said this earlier today, Paris Johnson to the Cardinals. Sounds like a move they're willing to make. They need offensive line help. And if you're going to stay put at 3, that's the move.
The word on the street is that there has been a trade.
Uh-oh. There's been a trade.
The word on the street is that there has been a trade. We're working to confirm it. That's what the people are talking about. We're working to confirm it. We'll see. It's crazy. We knew it was going to be like this.
This is how it is every year, Neil. And for some reason, we are still surprised. We try to prep all we can, but things like this you can't predict.
So the Arizona Cardinals they have traded.
Who's getting Will Anderson to the Texans? The Texans get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson. Back to back. They move all the way from 12 to get Will Anderson. Wow.
Damn.
Wow. You hear Lions fans here at Fifth Ave, they're all upset, and rightfully so. Rightfully so. The fact that the Texans were able to move up to 3 to get Will Anderson, I'm going to be honest, Neil, I know it's early. That's a hell of a draft. To get your quarterback and Will Anderson back to back.
All right, wow. We're gonna send it over. We're gonna send it over to Ryan and Braylon. All right, after the pick. We're gonna send it over to Ryan and Braylon.
Wow.
You know what I just said about the Houston Texans? I take it all back. They're out here making moves. You know what? The Houston Texans.
You know
good
what?
On you.
You're
out here doing it.
At this point, criticism. Listen, new information. You're allowed to change your opinion.
Thank you for that, Sam Flannel. Hey, with new information, you're allowed to change your opinion, right, Terry Foster? You can change your opinion.
Wow.
This is
talk about
absolutely
draft
crazy.
Day surprises.
All right. It is just wow. The Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Are you not entertained?
Neil,
Are you not entertained?
Neil, I can't lie to you. I'm a little nervous now. I'm a little more scared than stoked. now that Will Anderson's gone, and the projected spot for Jalen Carter, number 5 to the Seattle Seahawks, is still alive. We might pick at 6 with Will Anderson and Jalen Carter both selected. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, we will have to see what the details are, but big-time moves.
Wow.
Big-time moves. Let's send it over.
And here we
at
go.
Fifth Avenue.
The commissioner.
The commish is walking out right
coming
now.
out to make the selection. Oh.
And here it is. All right, so the pick is in. It is Will Anderson. We did not survive in advance.
And thanks to Easy, I just got the terms for the trade, and I want to read these out loud so everybody can hear
it's
them.
easy. Hold on.
So this is per Ian Rappaport. The terms are it's number 3 and 105 for the Texans, 12, 33, and a 24 first, and a 2024
Wow.
third. It's a big trade. Texans get Will Anderson.
Wow. So there it is. The Texans send
Wow.
the 12th and the 33rd pick and the 2024 first and third rounders to Arizona for the 3rd and the 105th
Wow.
this year. Huge trade. We will take a break. When we come back, Ermanni and Edwards will take over. Hey, guys, there might be a little bit to talk about. We are live at the Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports, Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. We'll be right back.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big, we go all night, and here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the nation's largest pro football contest right around the corner. Do not miss out on your chance to register for the Circa Sports Million. Over $6 million in total guaranteed prizes. Visit circasports.com/circa-sports-million to learn more about registration details and prizes. Welcome back. The official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. We are live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak, and the draft just turned on its head.
Oh my God, it's off the rails right now, and I got to give some love to Jeff Freddie and Neil Rue. They are bringing the energy. And to answer your question, Neil, I am Maximus Decimus Meridius, and I am entertained. This draft is off the rails right now. Yo, 1, 2.
Okay.
They didn't waste any time. They say, no, we're going to do this 2 and 3. Reminds me of a team last year that said, the hell with being 3 and 13. Let's just go for it now.
Guys, let's set this up, okay? Let's set this up really quick. Neil and Jeff, I want you to get involved in this. The dream pick is gone. Will Anderson is gone. Indianapolis is going to take a quarterback.
One of the dream picks.
And then the dream pick is Will Anderson.
One of the dream picks.
Jalen Carter, if he goes to Seattle at 5, you got to start thinking now. Who is the sure thing in this draft? Who is the best player in this draft? To me, that becomes Bijan Robinson.
I think your second question is the only question that matters. It's not about who is the best player. It's who is the best player when you get on the clock at 6. Will Anderson Jr. is gone. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the guy that you wanted. That's the guy that you talked about. He was going to slip down there. He was going to slip to you. He was the one that's going to wear the gold jacket. Well, now it's time to see, can Brad Holmes really cook? We've been talking about the mad scientist. Now it's time for him to get in the lab.
Neil, Jeff, it's coming down to it to where you got to believe that Jalen Carter is going to be gone. In that case, what are you doing? What are you thinking now in the Lions draft room?
For me, Ryan, it's pretty simple, man. It's where it is. I think is a precautionary move. Everybody here at Fifth Avenue, everybody watching the Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports, wrap your head around the possibility that this Devon Witherspoon thing could happen at 6. I'm not saying I love it. I'm not saying I endorse it. Number one, I want everyone to be mentally prepared, Ryan. That's first and foremost. I'm concerned about everyone's mental well-being. That's number one.
How nice
Number
of you.
2, so we've done that now, right? I would love Devon Witherspoon at 10, at 11, at 9 because, again, Ryan, I can't get past this, man. If you draft him at 6, you're paying him the same annually as C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm not prepared to make that call that he's him yet. You know what I'm saying? And look, teams are showing they are desperate to make moves. Ryan, if I got to go below market value, I'll do it. I'm moving out of 6, man. I'm moving out of 6, Ryan. What say you guys?
I say you're damn sure right. You got to move out of 6. I'm looking at you, Neil. I'm looking at this draft. You heard Frank Wright get interviewed 2 days ago. He said, don't fall in love with a player. You got to keep evaluating, keep evaluating. That lets you know that he didn't believe in this draft. That lets you know that there aren't necessarily 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players that you know are going to get that gold jacket. At 6, now that 2 players are gone that you want, I'm telling you like this, you move back if you can. But here's the kicker, though, Ryan. Can you move back? Does anybody want to take 6 from you?
Indianapolis is going to take a quarterback, guys. And the prevailing theme here is that it's going to be Anthony Richardson, the quarterback from Florida. I will tell you this. For all you people out there giving me all kinds of hell about Malik Willis last year, 4 months ago when I told you that Anthony Richardson should be the pick at 6, he's going to be the pick at 4. Screw everybody. Anthony Richardson is going 4.
I guess he told you.
I told you.
Anthony Richardson, I think you look at it at 4, it's the ceiling for Anthony Richardson. It's the ceiling. If you look at these good quarterbacks, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, they're just going to be good players. Anthony Richardson, if his ceiling is realized, he'll be the best player on the field at all times.
Officially now.
And there you have it. And there you have it.
I told you. I told you.
Get it in. Just get it in.
This could be the best player in the draft. Patrick Mahomes walked onto that stage with the Lombardi Trophy, Braylon Edwards. This could be the closest thing we've seen. He's got a long way to go. He's got to develop. I don't think Indianapolis is the best spot for him, but potentially he could be as close to Mahomes as we've seen.
What say you, Neil Rue?
Everybody. Wow. Jeff, I watched Anthony Richardson play Will Levis. I watched it with my own eyes and saw him put up a 2.3 quarterback rating. I watched it. I saw it. Ryan, I love you. You know I love you. You know I do. Ryan Ermanni, you know I love you. But with all due respect, that is the most preposterous statement I've ever heard in my life. Ever in my life. This is America, Jack. Love it or leave it. And hey, you're entitled to your opinion. And I love your conviction.
Hey, that was only one game you won.
That was the only one I needed to see, my friend. I will never get that 3.5 hours back.
Now,
okay, go ahead.
I'll say, let me try to justify this. It's going to be tough, Neil, but I'll start here. Shane Steichen, first-year head coach now with the Indianapolis Colts. If we saw what he was able to do with Jalen Hurts last year and the success the Eagles have, Shane Steichen now getting Anthony Richardson, bigger, better arm, athletically gifted. Now, the question is, how long does he need to be able to develop? That's a big question now with Anthony Richardson. The Colts are signing up for this project, and it could pay off big time. But, Neil, like we talked about earlier, it could pay off big time, or this could set you back a couple more years. We'll see.
No, and Jeff, look, man, and I want to get it back to Ryan and Braylon because look, we spoke our piece on it. Time will tell with the Anthony Richardson thing. Time will tell. Spend more rats, baby. Hey, I do want to get Ryan and Braylon's take on this, though. Let's shift this back over to the Lions, all right? Everybody's here. Hey, if you like Anthony Richardson, you'll love Will Levis, right? And if you want him, holla. Hit Brad Holmes up right now. And Ryan and Braylon, I want your take on this. We are open for business now at 6. You say you want a quarterback. You say you're, Tampa or somebody like that. You know you need one, right?
Yep.
Have I got one for you? He played at Kentucky. He's the great Will Levis. Ryan, he looks great in a uniform.
Hey, at the end of the day, stop lumping me and Ryan in at the same time. Stop saying you guys. At the end of the day, Ryan wants Anthony Richardson. And if you want to talk about what Anthony Richardson may potentially bring to the Indianapolis Colts, Jonathan Taylor is your running back. The best running back all around in the NFL. Not to mention your offensive line, pretty damn good too. One of the best players in the NFL. Anthony Richardson, this is the new NFL. Give a guy a chance. Give a guy a chance. I think Anthony Richardson is not going to be the guy. But you know what? You swing for the fences nowadays. Am I correct?
Hey,
you swing
look,
for the fences.
Look, if my take sucks on Anthony Richardson, at least the general manager and the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, their take sucks too because they actually took him. Now,
And oh, by the way, they also took Andrew Luck and Peyton. So I'm just saying.
Now, I do believe if you think the Lions' phone is ringing at 6, I think you're wrong. The phones that everybody's calling right now is Seattle because Seattle could potentially take Will Levis here. Or will that go to Tennessee? Does Tennessee fall in love with them? We'll see. There's a couple of minutes left, over 3 minutes left for the Seattle Seahawks on the clock right now, and you can bet your bottom dollar that Seattle is fielding calls right now because there seems to be 2 quarterbacks left in this draft, Will Levis and Hendon Hooker, and Hendon Hooker is not going in the top 10.
Yeah, I think right now you're looking at a situation where Bryce Young, gone. Anthony Richardson, gone. Will Anderson Jr., gone. Now you're looking at that 5th pick and you're like, what are they going to do? Now Seattle is in a situation where they're definitely trying to fill calls.
Hey, one thing about this, though, too, I don't know if I love Anthony Richardson, but I don't think Anthony Richardson is in the best spot in Indianapolis because he's going to be forced to play quicker than he should.
It's his turn now.
It would have been great to see him go to Seattle where he could play behind Geno, go to Detroit where he could play behind Jared Goff. He is going to be thrust into the limelight, and I'm not sure he's ready for that. You talk all the time, Braylon. It's not where you go in the order of the draft. It's where you go, location, organization, that's every bit as important. I think Indianapolis is a terrible situation for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, 100%. It's where you go. It's where let's say for Anthony Richardson, who's the quarterback coach? Who's the offensive coordinator? What are their decision making? What is the team's timeline? What are they looking like? Who's going to work with you? You are absolutely right, Ryan. It's not who you go to. It's not what team you go to. It's what system you go to. Look at John Lynch, and I know it's a crazy analogy. John Lynch is a safety that plays cover 2. Right. That is the only thing John Lynch can play is cover 2. He went to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who created Tampa 2. Then he goes to the Denver Broncos, who are playing Tampa 2. He's in the Hall of Fame. If John Lynch gets drafted by a man-to-man team, John Lynch would have been a bust.
This would be, let's face it here, look, if Seattle, who's got about a minute left on the clock, they are bleeding this thing down. Are they fielding calls? Absolutely. But they're bleeding this thing down. Ladies and gentlemen, if this is Jalen Carter here.
You called it.
If this is Jalen Carter here, this is the absolute worst-case scenario for your football team.
Now you're really trying to get out of 6. Or you know what? You're drafting Devon Witherspoon, and you're just saying, you know what? Now I got my DB. Now I got a guy. Now we're just trying to figure out what we're going to do at 18. It's not for, to trade back. You got to have somebody that wants to trade up.
All right, Neil, Jeff, what do you think here? The pick is in Seattle. Is it the worst-case scenario if they take Jalen Carter here?
I mean, yeah, if you're a Jalen Carter, part of the Jalen Carter populace like I am, yeah, it's the worst-case scenario because he's the best player out there. Let's set aside, and you guys know where I stand on this, man. Can you play? Right. Can you play? Are you good? Do you push people that way when you play football? He does. The heavy hands, the scouts all talk about it. They love the talent. You know what wins in the NFL? Talent. Yep. Everybody works hard. Everybody works. I don't care about all that. Talent wins.
Mm-hmm. And in this situation, Neil, if you're going off your big board, there's Jalen Carter, and there's a significant drop-off from the rest of the field at this moment. It has to be Jalen Carter. If you're Seattle, Pete Carroll, the culture they've built, John Schneider, what they're doing in Seattle, it makes too much sense not to be Jalen Carter, but who knows? I've seen quarterback being mocked, but I don't think the Seattle Seahawks go quarterback. It's got to be Jalen Carter, which, again, as for me and Neil, in the Jalen Carter crowd, it's unfortunate, but it's reality. If the Seattle Seahawks don't pick Jalen Carter, you got some other issues. But then it leaves Jalen Carter for the Lions. So that's best case scenario.
What if I told you?
I'm listening.
How about we go to the pick first?
Hold on.
Everybody.
Hold on.
Get ready.
Hold on. Brace yourselves, everybody.
Everybody get ready.
Some things aren't as they seem.
You think you have this all figured out. You think you do. We think we do.
We do.
We do. No, we do, right? Right? We do.
Right.
The
Right.
pick is in.
Wait.
What?
It just hit me.
You guys may. Yeah, I'm not spelling it.
Woo! Let's go!
I don't know if they take him.
Fuck that.
Wow.
Yo, the hell with that. We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted.
Wow.
We got what we wanted. We got what we wanted.
Wow.
Hey, Neil.
Holy Toledo.
Hey, Neil. Say hello to Jalen Carter.
You know what? Ladies and gentlemen, look, we talk about this all the time, Braylon Edwards, these hypotheticals. Okay, we talk about the hypothetical all the time. If Jalen Carter is on the board, is he a Dan Campbell guy? How many times, Braylon, have we sat there at the Woodward Sports Studios and asked if Jalen Carter is on the board, would Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell take him? By golly, he is on the board. That hypothetical is going to get answered in about 5 minutes.
And now I'm excited because the conversation that Brad Holmes said, what did Brad Holmes say about his conversation with Jalen Carter? What did he say about his meeting with Jalen Carter? What did Dan Campbell say? They said, you know what? Went better than expected. Said, you know what? Now that it's over, I'm still saying that it was a good meeting. That little tidbit, you have been on Brad Holmes as it relates to picking up on little things that he says, picking up on his double meanings. You've been good at that. This is a double meaning. He said that meeting went better than expected.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. Over 3,100 people watching live on YouTube, on the woodwardsports.com chat. Hit that like button for us. Let's see if we can get to over 1,000 likes by the time
let's get it cracking,
the Lions pick. 5 minutes to go. Neil, give me a quick thought. Give me a minute. What do you think here? Lions pick.
We have no words.
There is no thought process to this. Give me the guy that pushes people that way. I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up 300 yards rushing in a half again. I'm not having a team not punt against me again. None of it. It stops now. You know what? You talk about it, right? Best player available. I want the talented guy. You want the talented guy? Here's the talented guy, everybody. Here he is. You want him?
I want him. Brad Holmes, go get the 6'3", 300-pound defensive tackle out of Georgia, the two-time national champion. Go get him. He's on the board, by far, widely regarded as the number one prospect or number two, depending on who you ask, in this draft. To me, at least, Neil, this is a layup. He's sitting in your lap. Brad Holmes is going to get phone calls by teams trying to trade up.
Jeff, here's my thing, okay? The trade, okay. Jalen Carter or what? Like, what's the scenario?
Bingo.
Jalen Carter or what? Your guy's gone, right? Your cornerback's gone. There is no other alternative here. Jalen Carter or what? That's the question.
It's a great question. And the Lions have an option to trade out in this scenario. They have a lot of leverage. Jalen Carter's on the board. Teams are going to be calling the Lions. We have breaking news. Uh-oh.
I'm not against it.
Hold on.
I said that we're open for business. We're open for business too.
Neil,
We're open for business.
I'm going to need some bourbon. Wow.
So, okay. Guys, remember. The quarterback is still out there, right? We've seen this already. The quarterback is still out there. If you want him, come get him.
Listen,
if you want him, come get him. All right, you're going to go over to Ryan and Braylon? Let's go over to Ryan and Braylon about it right now.
Guys, help us digest this.
Guys, you know it. Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport reporting that the Lions have traded this pick to the Arizona Cardinals. What is the compensation? We don't know that yet.
Is DeAndre Hopkins on the board? Is D-Hop on the board?
We don't know. Rappaport and Schefter reporting that the Lions have traded this pick. That is incredible. Braylon Edwards, the #1 player in this draft, was on the board for the Lions to take. We talked about the hypothetical every day. If Jalen Carter is on the board, would the Lions take him? The answer is no.
I get so tired of, we don't like these type of guys. It's these type of guys we don't like. We don't want these type of guys. We don't like these guys. These are the type of guys you can't play with. We don't want to take a chance with people that have character issues, character flaws, character situations. This is BFNS. Jalen Carter was a guy. Neil Rule, I wasn't animate as Neil Rule, but I share his same effing intention. That was the guy for the draft. The fact that we didn't get him, Detroit Lions, Brad Holmes, I'm still waiting to pass judgment on the mad scientist. But I'm going to tell you like this. I'm a little perturbed.
And it's reported that the Lions will get the 12th pick and the 34th overall pick. Let's go. We'll just wait for the podium. Adam Beydoun over here. I don't know, man. Look, this is clearly a football player in Jalen Carter that Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell do not like. They didn't feel like he was a Detroit Lion guy. They didn't feel like he was a guy that was in the room.
I don't know if that's Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell as much as it is Sheila Hamp, the Ford family, and with their traditions.
I don't know about that.
The traditions, they have never taken chances.
I don't know
They
about
have
that.
never taken chances on players. They took one chance, Titus O'Neil, and it backfired. They have never taken chances on people with checker pass.
I don't know. I disagree with that.
Name a player with a checker pass.
I don't know.
Exactly.
But Braylon, this is a new organization.
Doesn't matter, but it's still the same family that owns it.
Here's the official thing. The Cardinals get the 6th pick. The Lions get 12 and a second-round pick, 34. Wow. I cannot believe this. Brad Holmes. So where do they go at 12 now? Bijan?
Bijan might.
Do they hope that Bijan gets to 12?
Bijan's in play now. All your offensive tackles are in play at 12. Yep. That's another thing that's in play. Some of those late sleepers, Jackson Smith and Jigba's in play. There are some people in play. Porter is in play. Christian Gonzalez is in play. There are some players in play. But man, Jalen Carter was the player.
We'll see. The pick is in.
Jalen Carter.
Whoa!
So this draft is everything that we thought it was going to be. Chaos. You do not know. Mel Kiper didn't know anything. Todd McShay didn't know anything. You know what? Jeff and Freddie, tell me something right now.
This was expected, Braylon, but to be honest with you, I thought the Cardinals would reach at 3 and take Paris Johnson. They trade back, get assets, trade up, and still land arguably the best tackle in the draft for Kyler Murray coming off an ACL injury. Neil, I love it for the Cardinals. I don't know if I love it for the Lions.
All right, well here's the deal, right? Here's the deal. Here's where I'm at with it. Like I've had some time to digest it and to see where I'm at with it. And again, being consistent. Did I want Jalen Carter?
You did.
Yes, I did want Jalen Carter. However, What have I always said that the best asset that this football team has in this time and space with the Detroit Lions right now? What's their biggest weapon? Their biggest weapon is Brad Holmes cooking. For real, that's what their biggest weapon is. That's what's going to be the biggest thing for them. Give me Brad Holmes, letting him cook, because as it sits, you know, when you looked at the Detroit Lions coming into this draft, they had 5 of the first 81 picks.
They did.
Now they have 6 of the first 81 picks.
They do.
And again, after digesting it a little bit, I wanted Jalen Carter badly. But their best weapon is Brad Holmes making draft picks. No one can dispute that. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to have 6 of the first 81. I don't hate it. Let's see how far Jalen Carter falls. Will Levis is still out there. So the Raiders, you know, as the Raiders sit right now,
yep.
will Will Levis interest them? He might. I know they're rolling with Jimmy G, so excuse me. But, you know, they might. So, again, we'll see how far Jalen Carter falls. But at the same time, you know, there's quarterbacks out there. Let's see how it shakes out.
You know where the stopgap for me is, guys, with Jalen Carter? Well, Jalen Carter initially, I mean, even if he gets to the Bears, there's no way the Bears are not going to take Jalen Carter. I mean, it makes too much sense. A player they could have had, and by the way, we'd hate it, and you know why we'd hate it. But the Bears from number 1 to 9, and they still can land Jalen Carter potentially.
Yeah, but you know what,
Interesting.
though? Here's how quickly things change. That's cool, go ahead. And then Penei Sewell can drive him into the ground.
Now he's the enemy.
And David Montgomery can have a 28-yard rushing touchdown. Ryan Braylon, are you processing all this right now? Are you okay?
Well, I'll tell you this, Neil Rule and Braylon Edwards, I thought for sure Arizona was going to take Jalen Carter there.
Yeah.
Is the Jalen Carter slide on? Will he get past Chicago or Philadelphia? Will Jalen Carter be there at 12?
I think the Jalen Carter is still potentially in place. Listen, I know that the Chicago Bears had him number 1 when they were number 1, and now they're number 9, and they still see they can get him. Maybe it's on. Maybe the Lions know something. Just like Neil Rule talks about let the mad scientists cook, there is a reason that he took that deal and he moved to 12 as well as those second-round picks that he can move back up on. It's not over with Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson, and Christian Gonzalez for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, you know, Mel Kiper flashing his best available players right now on the screen. Jalen Carter, Will Levis, Bijan Robinson, Christian Gonzalez, and Peter Skoronski, the offensive tackle from Northwestern. The Lions will get one of those players, it appears, right? I mean, Oakland or Las Vegas is on the clock right now, and is Will Levis a guy that is in play there? Will Levis be around for 18? These are one of the things. These are some of the questions. Earlier today, it was reported. I forgot. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah. He had Will Levis going to the Lions at 18. I mean, this is incredible stuff now.
That's an incredible suit. That's an incredible suit.
Christian Gonzalez is a player.
If you wear a suit like that, you got to get drafted in the top 10. You can't go 11 on wearing a suit like that.
It is wild what's happening in this NFL draft.
It's the same suit.
But look, this is unpredictable because I don't know how anybody really felt about the quarterbacks, right? I mean, 3 went in the top 5. Will Levis is still out there. Hendon Hooker is still out there. But Hooker, will he get drafted tomorrow in round 2 or will he get drafted today? The Lions have 3 second-round picks now. If they love a player, they could maneuver back into the first round and, heaven forbid, get 3 first-round picks.
What I love about it is the guys, and this is what I love about it, all types of mock drafts, all types of mock drafts, all types of what potentially could happen. The scouts, the scout coordinators, the coaches, the GMs, they watch football. Bryce Young went number 1, as he should. C.J. Stroud got drafted number 2, as he should. Will Anderson Jr. got drafted, as he should. The guys that have been watching film, they drafted, and that's one thing that I'm excited about.
All right, the pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. I want to remind everybody watching on YouTube to subscribe to Woodward Sports on YouTube. Hit that like button. Over 4,000 live viewers right now. Let's get to over 1,000 likes. An incredible chat going on right now. We want to thank everybody in that woodwardsports.com chat. Everybody watching on YouTube, tell a friend about Woodward Sports. Our social channels, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. We are live every day on woodwardsports.com. 4 live shows. If you're giving Woodward Sports a try for the first time, we cannot thank you enough. A great crowd here at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak.
Hell of a crowd. Hell of a crowd. Love being a part of Woodward Sports Network. My mom just texted me and said we got a dope setup, by the way.
Yeah.
She said we got a dope setup.
Man. It looks great.
How's
you guys
the crowd
having
doing
fun?
back there? How's the crowd
Everybody
doing?
having fun?
How's everybody doing back there? Are we good with the trade back? Are we good with the extra picks? Are we good? Do you trust Brad Holmes? You trust Brad Holmes? If you say you trust Brad Holmes, then don't stop today. It's on point. I like it. I like where we're at with it. Brad Holmes has the key. Neil, we've been saying that for a minute. Ryan, we've been saying that for a minute. Let's just keep watching. See what
So
goes
the
on.
Raiders pick is in. Atlanta at 8. Is Atlanta a spot where Bijan Robinson will go? Chicago, Philadelphia, Tennessee, and Detroit. Detroit at 12. We are awaiting this pick. The pick has been in for quite some time. Not sure where the commissioner is. We hope he comes out. We want to get this thing going. We want to get to 12 here. Come on, let's get to 12. But we're stuck on 7. Here's the commissioner, the 7th pick of the NFL draft. Wow, Tyree Wilson. The Raiders select Tyree Wilson, Braylon Edwards, Jalen Carter still on the board.
Jalen Carter still on the board. That lets you know that situation down there in Athens, Georgia, back in January after the national championship has scared a lot of people away. Tyree Wilson, he had the one little scare in terms of the foot. He came out, talked about it. You need a napkin? Here you go,
thank
brother.
you, baby.
Talked about it. His upside is amazing. His upside. You talk about a guy that can play
This
inside.
draft is making my ass sweat.
You're sweating.
Oh,
you're sweating like shit. Jesus Christ. You're sweating like a hook in the turtles.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Neil Rule, Jeff Iafrady.
Watch him on the outside, long arms. Look how he gets in. Move, double swim, comes in, boom, long arms. Long arms. He's able to get to the quarterback, even though he wasn't there. Look at him, deep outside. He's going to give a move outside, boom, boom, come inside. You see the long arms? The long arms allow him. Fake hard outside. Here we go. He's a little more inside. Head up on this. Watch this. Two guys takes him straight up, and obviously this is college, but he can do those same moves. Look how long. All right, he's lining up. This is a Micah Parsons situation. They let him free. Can't let him free. Can't let him free.
Tyree Wilson goes 7 to the Las Vegas Raiders. Atlanta on the board. Where does Bijan Robinson fall? Is this a Bijan Robinson pick?
He may not fall. He may go exactly to
Hey, look.
Him at
Hey,
10.
Braylon, look. Neil, Jeff, Atlanta, what state is Atlanta in?
Georgia.
What school did Jalen Carter go to?
Athens, Georgia. It would be Georgia University.
Is this a marriage made in heaven? Jeff
by
Iafrady,
the way,
Neil
before
Rule.
you give it to him,
Well, they need defensive line help. That is what the Falcons need, and they're in a position to take Jalen Carter. And if they don't take him now, Neil, the Bears right behind them, what say they don't take him as well? So it's a pick that honestly I like for the Falcons. I do. I love for the Falcons.
No, I mean, and look, with the Atlanta Falcons right now and where they're at, I think they're further along than everybody thought they were going to be when they just bottomed out. You know the highest ever dead cap hit that's ever been paid the NFL? What the Falcons gave Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan had a $40 million dead cap hit when they got rid of
Matty
him.
Ice
Matty
is who
Ice,
you're referring
yeah.
to.
No, but I'm saying, though, that's the depth
Right.
of how far they were. You know what I'm saying? I think it's advancing pretty quickly. I think for the Falcons, it'll be who's our best. Bijan Robinson's in play for them, I think, because we're starting to get to that point of the draft right now where once you get to 8, you're under $6 million a year. You're approaching $5 million a year. A running back, if you believe in him, starts to make sense right now.
Keep talking, Neil, because listen, I've been pitching Bijan for quite some time, and I've gotten some pushback. Now the Lions trade back and may still be able to get a player like Bijan. I've seen Bijan mocked as high as 8 to Atlanta. If the Lions are sitting there at 12 and they feel like they can still get a defensive player they like at 18, why not? Bijan, if you take the quarterbacks out of the conversation, Neil, who's the best offensive player in this draft? It's Bijan Robinson. And to your point, it really shaves that salary, by $1 million or $2 million, and that makes me kind of more on board with it. The only pushback I gave was the salary. Now that that's eliminated, Neil, I'm on board.
No, we're getting into the Bijan zone. That's what I was going to say. Now you have to start paying attention to Bijan Robinson and where it is. I know the Philadelphia will be interested. The Bears, if the Bears pass on Jalen Carter, we are one pick away from a free fall. Like a Jalen Carter. I mean, I'm talking about the realm of Aaron Rodgers free fall.
Do you think? Because Chicago, I would assume if they pass, Chicago's going to look. You have Philly, who's interested in Jalen Carter. The next 3 teams selecting Neil may be on Jalen Carter, or excuse me, they may have Jalen Carter on their radar.
Yeah, but you got to understand the time and space. You talk about Bijan. Christian Gonzalez is still out there as well. That, by some people's grades, the best cornerback that was available. So he's out there as a possibility as well. Here's the mastery of what Brad Holmes did, though. You see these names we're talking about? Who's picking at 12? And who's been compensated to pick at 12? Who has a 3rd pick in the 2nd round? You see what I'm saying, man? Like, here we go. And all the doors are open. All the doors are open. As D-Mac would say, Brad Holmes has added some elk to the menu. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's added some elk to the menu. And that's what he's done, man. So the longer this goes, I got to believe that the Titans are going to be in the Will Levis camp. Have to. I have to believe that.
And for the Titans, it may not be who you wanted, but they don't have to trade up and give up anything, and Will Levis falls right to them, possibly, expectedly. I don't hate it. But Atlanta at 8, if they don't take a defensive player, Neil, I got a problem with that. I'm not even a Falcons fan. It doesn't really make any sense to add to an offense that already has Drake London, Kyle Pitts. They need to figure out who they got at quarterback. They got Desmond Ridder. I was told Desmond Ridder coming out last year was pretty good. I don't know what to say about Desmond Ridder right now. But if it is Bijan Robinson, fine. Defensively, listen, they got Jeff Okudah. They signed Jesse Bates. They signed Calais Campbell. They improved defensively, but how much? They got to address it at 8, but we'll see what they do here in a couple minutes.
I need to address this bourbon situation. It's what I need to do. Because,
you
know, I've run out of bourbon capital. You know, I need Brad Holmes to negotiate my bourbon deals for me because I have an endless supply of bourbon. I'd have multiple bourbons.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, I'd have one at 3 in the next round, all that kind of stuff. But there are good football players here. And look, Ryan, Braylon, I think we're seeing the one thing here, guys. Brad Holmes walks in the door with a plan. And here's what makes me feel better about this, guys. There is a clear plan. He is still in the talent acquisition
the pick is in.
phase. The Atlanta Falcons pick is in. So let's see what we have with that. We're going to get Ryan and Braylon's thoughts as well. But I can't wait. I can't wait to see this because this just keeps getting better and better and better. And the NFL draft, man,
Ryan Ermanni
always delivers.
Ryan Ermanni is now in tears over who he thinks will be the 8th overall pick in the 2023 draft. Ryan, you're making me nervous.
Yeah.
Wow, here we go. Kamish going up to the podium.
Kamish going up to the podium right now.
It's Bijan Robinson, man. Damn, Ryan.
Here it is. It's all coming down to this.
See you guys.
Love the Falcons.
Love you guys.
Are they going to add Bijan to the mix?
See you, Rick.
Seconds away. I will tell you this. If this is Bijan Robinson, the Falcons are putting it together more quickly than we thought they were going to.
Yeah, I don't listen. That offense is terrifying. I think we can all we can talk about that for a second. The offense is now terrifying. Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Kyle Pitts. Yes. Here we go.
The Atlanta Falcons are making the move right now.
Here it comes. Here it comes, Bray. The Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back, Texas. This, to me, is the player outside of Will Anderson and Jalen Carter in this draft. Bijan Robinson, you are looking at the Offensive Rookie of the Year right now. You are looking at an immediate impact player in Bijan Robinson, and I would like to make note to all you fans out there, anybody giving me all kinds of crap for wanting Bijan Robinson at 6, come on, he goes 8, Braylon Edwards. Not bad.
I love your Ravishing Rick Rude take right there. For all you Detroit sweat hogs, I love the Ravishing Rick Rude. At the end of the day, when you look at Bijan Robinson, when the Atlanta Falcons have had success, Deontay Freeman was a running back when they had success. Jamal Anderson was a running back when they had success. He made 287 people miss in the last 2 years. That is 44 or more than any other running back in college football. 436 yards out of the backfield, pass receiving. He is the guy you wanted. He is the guy that can change your franchise, and he happens to be doing it now with the Atlanta Falcons. Shout out to Bijan Robinson because I think he is going to be your Rookie Offensive Player of the Year, and I think he has a chance to be an MVP at some point.
Wherever Tom Mazaway is,
area,
I
right?
love you, Tom Mazaway. We were right about Anthony Richardson, and we were right about Bijan Robinson. There is another trade. The Philadelphia Eagles have now traded up one spot to number 9 with Chicago, Braylon.
So you know what that means. That means they're going after Jalen Carter.
Or Nolan Smith.
But you got Nakobe Dean.
Or are they going for Pete Skoronski, the other offensive lineman?
Because you know that Lane Johnson
is getting long in the tooth. Which direction is this going to go?
Lane Johnson. You got Lane Johnson is retiring, so Pete Skoronski is one. It's going to be interesting, man, to see what they do. You got Jalen Carter. Put Jalen Carter on that line. Hargrave just left. Jordan Davis next to the guy that he played with in college. It was Jordan Davis. It was Jalen Carter. It was Trayvon Walker. You put those guys next to each other with Brandon Graham as well as Robert Quinn as well as Hassan Reddick. Robert Quinn's getting long in the tooth. This could be the Jalen Carter move, or it could be exactly as you
Braylon,
said.
just big picture look at this draft right now. Big picture look.
Chaos.
Yes, but there was an NFL general manager that came out the other day and said if he has 15 first-round grades on any particular draft, that draft sucks.
Yeah.
He said this year's draft has less than 15 first-round grades. The Lions, whoever they get here, is going to be a good player. How good will they be?
So I agree with the fact that the draft necessarily wasn't a good one from top to bottom.
A great one.
Great one and from top to bottom. But, man, once you get to about 10, 11, 12, that's when the picks get good in terms of what you're paying for a player. This is when the draft gets good for everyone involved, and the Detroit Lions are sitting really nice at number 12. See, this is when the draft gets good.
Yeah.
1 through 9, that's when you're guessing. That's when you're like, damn, I really don't want to draft this player, but okay, I'll take this player. I did my homework. I really want to move back. 10 through 32, this is when the players that you want are there. This is when you're willing to pay who you're drafting.
Jalen Carter
is still available.
I mean, you're talking about Christian Gonzalez, Peter Skoronski, Will Levis. The Lions are 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away. There's 3 teams in front of them.
What if you like a player, Ryan Ermanni, but you're not willing to pay that player 6th pick overall money? You're not willing to deal with a player at that high. But what if you're willing to deal with that same player at 12? What if you have an inkling that player will be there at 12 and you'll take whatever comes with him at 12, not 6?
Well, I mean, there's 3 teams in front of the Lions, Braylon Edwards, and you're talking about Jalen Carter, Christian Gonzalez and Peter Skronsky still on the board, assuming that Will Levis goes to Tennessee. I think that has to be the assumption that Tennessee gets their quarterback in Will Levis.
See, this is where the draft gets interesting because now Broderick Jones becomes the name. Emmanuel Forbes. The fact that you're looking at names like that, you know they have to draft the big names. You know it's got to be the big names. And in fact, Jeff Iafrate and Neil Rue, how about you tell me about some of those big names?
No, and look, there's good players still all around right now. I really believe my guy Spencer Rex.
He wanted the good players. Who's the good players you like right now?
Yeah,
on the board?
and my guy Spencer Rex. Here's what I'm tracking right now at number 12. I really believe that it's going to be Christian Gonzalez. Spencer Raxter's own. I'm sure Spencer's around here right now doing shots, getting ready to do more shots. Like he does a shot to get ready to do a shot. Like that's how he works.
The shot before the shot.
The shot before the shot. I think it's going to be Christian Gonzalez. That's what I'm mentally preparing for. And you know what? I believe that was probably the guy they wanted all along. And now they're going to get compensated to take him.
And that's the whole thing. The summary. If you could take one thing from this stream today, the one thing to take away is to let Brad cook. And if he could trade back and still land arguably the best corner in the draft, clearly it was something they were targeting. I won't be upset with Anil. Although I have my personal preferences, I'm going to trust the man that is 2 for 2 in drafts. Most likely will be 3 for 3.
And in the WoodwardSports.com chat thread, too, we appreciate the thousands of you that are watching here at Fifth Avenue for the Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. For the thousands of you that are watching. The pick is in, by the way. So the Bears have traded the pick. The Eagles have it. I think we all know what that means.
So, 12, let's go back and forth.
All right. Let's do it. All right, so there it is. The Jalen Carter has been taken by the Eagles. I got the terms of the trade, by the way, that I saw. The Chicago Bears received a 4th-round pick from Philadelphia to move up one spot. A 4th-round pick. So Adam Baydoun is on one over here right now.
Listen, Adam Baydoun. I'm upset. I am. Because the two players that I really liked for the Lions for different reasons, Jalen Carter for obvious reasons, Will Anderson's gone. Even the guy that I thought, even if they traded back, they could still get, Bijan Robinson is gone. So I'm curious now what Brad does. I think you're right, Neil. I think you're spot on. If Christian Gonzalez is there, I think that's the selection. I mean, how can it not be at this point?
No, and Jose De La O says, and remember this name too, Nolan Smith from Georgia. I think he could be in play for the Lions also at number 12. You know, that one makes some kind of sense. But the bottom line is this. He's still in talent acquisition mode. And the talent that he's acquiring costs a little bit less. And remember, too, this is a team that's got $68 million in cap space after next year.
Talk to me, Neil.
With your quarterback signed.
Yeah.
With Penei Sewell on a rookie deal. With Aiden Hutchinson on a rookie deal. Go through all of it. He has all those things in play. Look, we're going to take a break. We're going to gather ourselves. I'm going to get more bourbon. Everybody's going to continue to get right. Everybody do what you got to do. We're almost there. Lions, 12-18. We'll be back with more with the Woodward Sports Draft Show, brought to you by Circa Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Get bricked up, everybody.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big, we go all night, and here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Back at it here, Fifth Avenue, Royal Oak, the Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. Neil Rule, Jeff Iafrate, you have Ryan Ermanni, Braylon Edwards over on the other desk as well. Chaos has broken out all around. There's been trades on trades on trades, trades on trades on trades. I mean, that's the way that it's been. And look, regardless of what, and I am surprised on the WoodwardSports.com chat thread, people seem to be upset by the trade. Look, did I want Jalen Carter? Yes, I did. However, I am willing to be compensated to not get him. So that's where I live. You know, I want all the picks. I want all the rookie contracts, all of it. And I'm getting the sense even from the crowd here, people are getting a little uneasy as we see all these names come off the board. You think I'm close on that or not?
Oh, you're spot on. And for a couple reasons. I think it's a little bit of that, being a Lions fan, having to go through this process every single year. Typically, when any general manager, former general manager, makes moves for the Detroit Lions in the draft, you don't really know the intent, and you don't really know the result. Typically, it's not a result you enjoy. With Brad Holmes, there's intent. He's very diabolical. So we have to look at this from a different lens here with Brad. There's a reason he traded from 6 to 12. Am I upset? Yes, I wanted Jalen. But you have to trust him. I have to see who the Lions select to know, because you made a lot of great points, Neil, but I think that feeling, that nervousness, that scared feeling, welcome to being a Lions fan. Before Brad Holmes, it's different with Brad Holmes.
Philip in the WoodwardSports.com chat thread, look at all the clowns in this comments calling Brad a clown. You guys are so quick to jump ship, you don't deserve a winning team. Then right after that, Eddie Brinkley says, well, I eat, sleep, and ish Detroit Lions football. This draft is breaking my heart. I love what Brad Holmes has done for the Lions, but this was a mistake.
We haven't even got to the Lions pick yet. I mean, guys. I mean, I understand if there's confusion, but to say Brad Holmes this, Brad Holmes that, we don't even know who he's taking yet. You got to let this thing play out. Let Brad Holmes cook. You're not going to tell a gourmet chef how to cook. You're not, Ryan and Braylon. You're just not.
Ryan, Braylon, where do you guys stand on this, right? I think people are panicking a little bit seeing names come off the board. Are we prepared to let Brad Holmes cook?
Here's the deal, Neil and Jeff. And I first of all, I cannot thank everybody enough right now. This place is rocking. We've got over 4,300 people in the chat. The official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. Here's the deal, guys. And Braylon, I understand the Lions have not made their pick yet.
Yep.
But the harsh reality, and Brad Holmes has earned the right to pick his player and do his thing. I agree with that. But the fact of the matter is that Brad Holmes passed up the best defensive player in the draft.
F the Bears, by the way. F the Bears, by the way.
F the Bears. The reality of this situation right now is that Brad Holmes passed up the best defensive player in this draft in Jalen Carter and the best offensive player in this draft in Bijan Robinson. I don't know who he's going to get. Christian Gonzalez, he may be a nice player. Or Peter Skoronski, he may be a nice player. But you're looking at two potential gold jackets in Bijan Robinson at 8, and Jalen Carter at 9.
So Darnell Wright, the offensive tackle from Tennessee, basically you saw the dominant game. You know what got him drafted this high is the game that he had against Will Anderson Jr. He put him in the blender. He buried him the whole game. That's why he goes number 10 overall to the Chicago Bears. They need a tackle to protect Justin Fields so that he doesn't have to look like freaking LaDainian Tomlinson. But with that said, we got to take a step back and relax. We cannot say from January to April that we trust Brad Holmes, and then all of a sudden in April 25th or 6th, whatever the day is, that we don't, and we're scared. The guy got us 3 more second-rounders. The guy he picked is at 12, also 18. You got to relax and see what the Detroit Lions are going to do. All the players that I wanted.
Tennessee ran to the board. Tennessee ran to the podium.
Will Levis.
Yeah.
Will Levis.
Right, no doubt.
I told you. You got a new stadium opening in 2015. You need a new quarterback. He's 6'5". He's swole as shit. Will Levis is the pick.
Hey, look, and again, the Tennessee offensive
which means
tackle,
Skoronski is still available.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Look, I think Brad Holmes.
I was being sarcastic.
Listen, I understand. I think Brad Holmes has earned the right to do.
I agree.
What he wants in this draft. But I will tell you that when you trade 6 and you let 2 potential gold jackets just walk on by you, Jalen Carter could be the best player in the draft. Bijan Robinson could be the best running back in the NFL for the next 4 or 5 years. That's a hard pill to swallow.
What I will say is I agree with you on this. Listen, I'm giving Brad Holmes all the room in the world to cook, to work with. But I'm going to tell you like this. These next 2 situations for the Detroit Lions and Brad Holmes, they're crucial. They're crucial because you got to realize we're still a team building upwards. We're still a team trying to fully get there. The window's now. So these next 2 situations are going to be pivotal. Neil Rule would say I trust Brad Holmes, but the next 2 picks, they got to look like something.
No, Braylon, you're right. But here's the thing, and I want everybody, because I really got the gut feeling that this Christian Gonzalez thing is going to happen. But let me frame it to you guys like this. Do you want Christian Gonzalez and number 32, or would you rather take in Devon Witherspoon at 6? Because I'll take Christian Gonzalez and number 32. I think we're forgetting the fact. They have the early second-round pick now. When the dust settles from yesterday.
34, but you're still on the same. You're on the right track.
Or 34. Excuse me. Yes. I'm sorry. You know how after the first round we all sit there and we get enamored with the names that are still out there.
True.
You get the second crack at that. You know what I'm saying? So I think if this does turn out to be Christian Gonzalez, look at it from the perspective of we got Christian Gonzalez and 34. I would much rather have that 100 times over than Devon Witherspoon and nothing.
Honestly, you're getting it at a much not significantly, but less of the salary cost. So all that you just said, factor in how much you're going to be paying Christian Gonzalez at 12 compared to Witherspoon at 6. To me, it's worth it. And here's the thing about having that 34th overall pick. You, Brad Holmes, gets to choose who slips out of that first round, Neil. And every year you see this. Most NFL superstars aren't always drafted in the first round. A lot of guys fall, and you look back and think, how did this guy fall? Brad Holmes, with his talent evaluation, has the opportunity at 34 to grab a stud. And you hit on some facts, Neil. You're absolutely right.
And Ryan and Braylon, look, man, that's where I'm at with it. I can really make my peace with Christian Gonzalez and 34 all day long, man, all day long.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I understand that. I think Jalen Carter should have been the pick there, though. You know what I mean? Yeah. Christian Gonzalez in 34 or Jalen Carter and 81, I guess.
At the end of the day,
that's fine. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe get Mazzie Smith at 34.
At the end of the day, you know what? This draft, it's been one of those drafts. We're starting to realize it wasn't necessarily a good draft in terms of back-to-back. People are guessing. People are reaching. Right now, Peter Skoronski's still on the board. We think the Tennessee Titans may take him. Emmanuel Forbes now comes into play as a DB. Broderick Jones now comes into play as a tackle. Nolan Smith now comes into play at 12 overall. So now you got to do some different thinking. But those are still damn good players, and it's not like you're taking players that aren't the best left.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think you look at Nolan Smith, as you just mentioned, Braylon. I think Nolan Smith is a guy, outside linebacker from Georgia, absolutely. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you, sir. We're all worked up over here. Thanks for that. Got to adjust the microphones over here. You are watching the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. We are live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. The Lions are on the clock. That is because the Tennessee Titans pick is in. So many people believe that Will Levis could be the pick there. Will it or won't it? Is it Skoronski?
There you go.
You like Skoronski here?
Not necessarily like Skoronski here, but I'm like, you have Ryan Tannehill. Like, why draft Will Levis if Ryan Tannehill is your quarterback? Similar type of quarterback, so I think it could be Skoronski.
And the Detroit Lions, 4 minutes left on the clock. They have 4 minutes remaining on this pick. Somebody in the chat puts tight end. Oh, my gosh, I think I would die. I think I would die. But, yeah, I mean, hey, the Philadelphia Eagles, though, going back. Yes,
look at that dude's spit curl, by the way.
Oh, my gosh, that was insane.
And he had a part in the middle of his hair, too.
How about the Philadelphia Eagles with Jordan Davis last year and Jalen Carter this year?
They got rid of Hargrave this year. They sent Hargrave to the 49ers. You knew they wanted to replace that defensive line that was so good last year. You look at Brandon Graham will probably retire at the end of this year. You look at Robert Quinn, maybe 2 years left. They want to make sure that defensive line was just as good as it was last year.
No doubt. So the Tennessee Titans pick is in. We'll see who they go with. Coming up, Roger Goodell about to come to the podium. Here he comes right now. The Lions are on the clock as well. Here's the pick for the Tennessee Titans.
Peter Skoronski.
Let's see. There you go. You got to protect Malik Willis.
You better stop. You better stop.
Got to protect Malik Willis.
You better knock it off. At the end of the day, you got a guard. You got a tackle that can play guard, tackle. Hell of a player out of Northwestern. Northwestern offensive linemen have been proven. Look at Rashawn Slater for the Los Angeles Chargers. Amazing player. This guy is a monster. His father is a monster. Look what his father is.
All right, the hell with the Tennessee Titans. The Lions are on the clock. The Lions are on the clock here, Braylon Edwards. Christian Gonzalez is a guy that's been mocked to him, mocked to this team since pretty much they started doing mock drafts.
Yeah, pretty much since they started.
Or
Jalen Carter.
What about Will Levis here at 12?
Don't do that. Trade the pick. Trade again.
What about Will Levis here?
If you're not
anybody,
Nolan. There aren't just a lot of players. You know what? At the end of the day, it's Christian Gonzalez. It's Nolan Smith. It's maybe. Oh, you know what? Excuse me. Broderick Jones.
Defense or offense, and the Lions pick is in. So the Lions pick is in here. We will see who they will pick momentarily.
Christian Gonzalez or Broderick Jones.
It feels like a Christian Gonzalez, right? Yeah. I mean, it feels like a Christian Gonzalez, and he's a really nice player. They do absolutely need help at the cornerback position. Man.
Hey, here's your tight end pick. Yeah. Jackson Smith and Jibbett's still in place.
Absolutely.
JSN is in place. The pick is in.
There's so many different areas the Lions can go here, obviously. Offense, defense, skill position, offensive line. This is one of the most unpredictable drafts we've seen in quite some time.
I've never seen anything like this. I never have. I mean, the pick is obviously in. I don't know what it is. Jeff Iafredi, Neil Rule. What's going on, man?
I'm extremely nervous, Braylon, if I'm being 100% with you. The Lions pick is in.
They're showing the Lions war room.
When you see Brad walking around in the war room while that pick is in, you know he's excited.
Oh, my gosh.
All four.
Are we feeling
Braylon wants everybody's mic open right now.
I just want to be able to have a conversation.
How are we feeling right now, everybody?
How's everybody feeling out there?
So as it was just reported, the Lions have 5 of the next 43 picks. Here is the commissioner.
Here we go.
Oh!
You said it the other day.
Jahmyr Gibbs! Are you kidding me? What? Jahmyr, I told you.
Trusting Brad Holmes,
I told you.
Yo, how we feeling about that?
Yeah, baby. Get the running back.
Neil.
Get the running back.
Neil, give me a quick on Jahmyr Gibbs. What you thinking?
Hey, wait a minute. Last year at 12, they selected Alabama wide receiver Jameson Williams. This year at 12, the Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
Neil, Jeff, go.
Neil, if I may, this speaks volumes to what DeAndre Swift's future looks like in Detroit, does it not?
Yeah, 100%. Like, that's a wrap. That could be a wrap at any moment.
Close that book, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, okay. Wow. I will say this, right? Like, going into it, we all had the people that we liked. There is not one person. We have
I called it yesterday. I said it yesterday.
I thought you said Bijan Robinson, right?
I did, but then I said I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get Bijan, that they take Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay, I thought it was Bijan Robinson. But
He's my number
moral
one guy.
The moral of the story is this, though. There are not many people. Jahmyr Gibbs was never mentioned. No. There are 5,000 people watching this right now on YouTube. 5,000. Not one. Not one message. Not one tweet. Nothing about this. I will say this.
Look at the reaction.
And I know they're pumped. Like they're showing Allen Park right now.
And as Braylon was alluding to, too, I mean, guys, the Lions are ecstatic they got their guy. I mean, that war room, they're jumping around, they're dapping up. This was almost just as excited as they were last year when they landed Aiden. Yeah. And you're right, Neil, I never saw one mock. The highest I saw Jahmyr Gibbs was in the 20s, and that was just more recently. He's always been a second-round pick, but now you have him at 12.
As it sits with me right now,
yes,
I got the same vibes as I do with the Devon Witherspoon thing, where, okay, to quote Rick Ross, show us. That's what it is.
Look at the camera,
and guys, Ryan, Braylon, I'm going to ride with them. I'll ride with Brad Holmes. He's earned that. He has earned that. But I'm sitting over here like this.
I thought just a minute ago you said let Brad Holmes cook.
Well, Braylon,
I did.
We're going to be glad we got that guy.
100%. I did say that.
Ryan and Braylon,
I'm riding with them.
If I may, I want to ask you guys a question. For Bijan Robinson to trade back to get 34, to now draft Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, what's the drop-off look like between Bijan and now Jahmyr Gibbs?
Let me ask you a question. At the end of the day, if you believe in the offensive line that the Detroit Lions have, everybody said that the offensive line is the strength. It has been the strength. So it really doesn't matter if it's David Montgomery or DeAndre Swift or Jahmyr Gibbs. What you just did potentially, and I'm not saying I approve of the pick at 12, but what you just did is you didn't draft Bijan at 6, which means you don't have to play Bijan money, which means you can pay Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, let him cook for 5 years, and then get rid of him. I'd much rather Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 than Bijan at 6, if that makes sense.
And what it really boils down to, fellas, and Neil, you pointed this out, and this is where the evaluation comes in, is Jahmyr Gibbs and 34, does that weigh heavier than Bijan and 81? What does that look like to you? Jahmyr Gibbs and 34 or Bijan at 6 and 81?
I think also, you're looking at...
What is that evaluation? How far is that drop-off? Apparently, according to Brad Holmes, not that much.
Bijan Robinson has the potential. But nowadays, you just never know. Because running backs are only getting 6 years, 5 years, 7 years, and then it's over. So if you're taking Bijan at 6, you're basically getting rid of him in 4 years, and it's a wasted pick. But if you're taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12, it's a better situation. I'm not trying to make excuses, but at the same time, I would much rather 12 Jahmyr than 6 Bijan.
Hey, guys, Jeff, Neil,
Sometimes.
let me ask you this, though, okay? Here's a legitimate question for you. You've got the Jets. They have a quarterback. You've got New England. They have a quarterback. Green Bay believes they have a quarterback. Washington likes their quarterback. 17, Pittsburgh has their quarterback. At number 18,
Will Levis
Ryan,
will be on the board.
Ryan, for the sake of the ownership at Fifth Avenue and the structures around Royal Oak, please don't even bring that up right now.
Will Levis will be on the board at 18.
People are wobbled right now here. We can't overload everybody.
No.
You can't do that.
I
love Brad Holmes.
I'm just asking the question.
And Ryan, I guess to answer the question, Will Levis at 18, and I want to say, could you have gotten Jahmyr Gibbs at 18? That's a good question as well. If you draft Will Levis at 18, 2 offensive players in the first round, I don't know if I'm in love with that, Neil, especially the defensive players that were available to them at 12.
So it sounds like you're not fully trusting in Brad Holmes then.
Listen, Braylon, I trust Brad Holmes, but talent's talent. And I don't know. None of these guys are proven. So to your point, Jahmyr could be a home run pick. I got to let him cook, but I'm a little hesitant. Braylon, I'm a little scared. I can't lie to you. I'm a little nervous.
You should be scared. This is a bad draft in terms of first-round talent. Not the complete draft. First-round talent, especially 15-1. So it's going to be interesting. Here's another pick.
Here's Green Bay.
Here's our rival.
Here's Green Bay.
Nolan Smith or Roderick Jones.
Oh, wow. Right. Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa, goes to the Packers. Lucas Van Ness, defensive end, Iowa. So you've got him off the board. Okay. Neil, Jeff.
Ryan,
who wrote it?
Oh, that's a perfect pick for Green Bay. Take a guy from Iowa that didn't even start. Great. So we don't have to worry about Green Bay. You can cross them off the list. Even more. Not forget the fact they got Jordan Love at quarterback. Enjoy it, Green Bay. Enjoy the guy from Iowa that didn't even start. Good luck with all that.
Yeah.
We got our own things to deal with over here right now.
Listen, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but Jackson Smith-Njigba to Green Bay made too much sense. And I want to bring this up, too. Stick wrote an article on WoodwardSports.com mentioning Jahmyr Gibbs as the number 2 fantasy player expected up in this upcoming NFL season. He might be onto something.
Well, here's the details, too, for everybody out there. At number 12 overall, Jahmyr Gibbs will sign a fully guaranteed 4-year, $17.8 million contract with a $9.6 million signing bonus. He will be a $3.1 million cap hit next year. So he's a $3 million cap hit next year. You know, it's lighter. It's lighter than what Bijan Robinson will be carrying, that's for sure. Yep. Plus, you were compensated to take it. I'm trying to give you all the positives that I can give you right now.
You got to make it make sense. And with the help of Neil, in just trying to digest all of this with Brad Holmes, at the end of the day, Braylon's right. And like I said earlier, you're not going to tell a gourmet chef how to cook. So as much as I am hesitant or I am questioning Jahmyr Gibbs, at the end of the day, we have to wait until these guys play. And here we go, trade alert. The Patriots at 14, trading the pick to the Steelers. The Steelers are moving up. They need a corner, Neil. They just had Cam Sutton now with the Lions in free agency. Is this Christian
Gonzalez? And when
Gonzalez?
the Lions passed on Gonzalez, that triggered the Steelers to go into motion. Perhaps.
Now we're putting the pieces together.
Yeah. Well, and that's the way that it works, right? So, you know, obviously a trade there with the Steelers. Ooh, man.
We're only through 14 picks, ladies and gentlemen. And all of the things we've had happen and we have to witness here, if you're watching on WoodwardSports.com, all 5,000 of you, or you're here at Fifth Ave listening. This draft, Ryan, it's unreal how it's going so far. And right now the Steelers are on the board. A team that I assumed at 18 would be taking Joey Porter Jr., Christian Gonzalez falls, and now they might get arguably the best corner in the draft.
And the WoodwardSports.com chat thread, I'm Salty, says if we draft Will Levis, I quit. So, Ryan, that's kind of the answer, I guess, to the sentiment of the people. I'm sure a lot of people here feel that same way, too.
Hey, look, here's the deal. So many people, I think most Lions fans over the course of the last year wanted this football team to go defense. Tom Mazaway, who's back here, you'll hear from him in a little bit. He and I said I would not be shocked to make what you do great, make it greater, and go offense. I think there is a legitimate possibility now, and maybe Will Levis is an option or not, that this football team, Braylon, does go offense. Potentially, we could see them get one of the 2 best tight ends in this class at 18 in Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer. I think that is a consideration. Is wide receiver a consideration here at 18? All of these defensive players, sure, but maybe you can get a Mazzie Smith or a DJ Turner in the second round.
And not to mention, you got 3 picks in the second round. Maybe you use those partners up and move back into the first round and give yourself another first-round pick on top of number 18. There's a lot left to be done by Brad Holmes. Listen, if I'm being honest, I don't like what I've seen so far, but at the same time.
Why not?
Because all the players that I wanted are gone.
When I said that, you yelled at me. That's it.
No, I didn't yell at you.
I'm playing with you, man.
No, but at the same time, it's like, look, we're going to let Brad Holmes cook. until the end of the first round. Right now, the players that I wanted are gone, but I still trust Brad Holmes. I still want to see what he's got going on. But I'm going to tell you like this. The rope is getting thin. I want to see him make some magic like he did last year. He has 3 second-round picks. He can move up. He can still create some magic. And there's still a lot of players that are really good. Kalijah Cansey hasn't been called yet. Like Jackson Smith and Jigba hasn't been called yet. Christian Gonzalez hasn't been called yet. There are Nolan Smith. There's still a lot of good players. And we got a lot of good draft capital. Now was the time for Brad Holmes to make something happen.
And the Lions, of course, well, the Steelers traded up right now. Steelers traded up from 17 to 14 with New England. They got a rookie quarterback last year, Braylon and Kenny Pickett. Got to be a wide receiver here, does it not?
Deontay Smith as well as Deontay Washington as well as George Pickens.
Here's the pick.
Nolan Smith.
Okay, here's the commissioner. The Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle from Georgia. So there you go, not a wide receiver, but they help out their rookie quarterback from a year ago in Kenny Pickett. Got to protect him. Want to remind you, this is the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circus Sports. We are live from Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Over 5,000 people watching on woodwardsports.com on YouTube. If you can, hit that like button for us on YouTube. An incredible night so far. The Lions are on the clock, 4 picks from now. And we mentioned this earlier, Braylon, on our show that you could watch from 2 to 4 live every day on woodwardsports.com. The number of trades we expected to see tonight, I think we've seen 5 or 6 trades already.
Yeah, it's been about 5 or 6 trades, and the reason why is everything that you said. When that anonymous GM spoke, and he said, listen, if I'm giving out first-round grades, I'm giving out 15. Anytime there's 15 and that's it, this is not a particularly great first-round draft. And that's what you're seeing. Like, people are moving up. They don't know what the hell to do. They don't want that pick because they're like, why pick here? Not get the value for what I want. I got to move back. I got to do something. So, I mean, technically, you also got to count that trade that happened between the Chicago Bears and the Carolina Panthers.
Absolutely.
That's an additional pick.
No doubt about it. Neil Rule, Jeff Iafrate, what do you make of how this draft is setting up here? 4 picks to go before the Lions. 15 the Jets, 16 Washington, 17 New England, and then, of course, the Lions at 18.
Christian Gonzalez. Quick, that's the name. Christian Gonzalez, Jackson Smith and Jigba. You too. What do you think?
I'll tell you guys this. You put Christian Gonzalez across from Sauce Gardner, both on rookie deals for the next 4 years.
Woo!
I'm just saying, man.
I mean, Neil, let's be honest here. Joey Porter Jr., Christian Gonzalez, still on the board. The 2 and 3, if you know, most likely among most guys that evaluate these players, they're still on the board.
Smith still out there.
This is going to get interesting because the Lions pick in 3 picks. The Jets are up. The Jets, honestly, they got to go offensive line here. I mean, I get what you're saying, but you just got Aaron Rodgers. You got to protect him. They got a good defense already. They got weapons offensively.
Hey, you know what? I want to one-up Ryan here.
All right.
Like he was talking about
wow.
Will Levis.
Okay.
Ryan, you know at 18, Michael Mayer's out there if you want to tight end. Let's go all the way, right? Let's go all the way. I wanted to just one-up Ryan.
We need some booze in Fifth Ave if a tight end's drafted at 18 because I don't know how I would swallow that one, fellas. Pause.
You'll have your pick of the tight ends? No, I can't interest you in that one? No, I'm just playing there right now.
Neil, I just mentioned that. I think it's a legitimate possibility. I don't want it to happen, but if I'm going with what you guys are saying and let Brad Holmes cook, look, defense, no, offense. Make what you do greater. I think tight end is in play, Neil.
No, hey, sure, why not? Depending on how they have them graded out and those types of things, but again, I think for the Lions faithful here at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak, and we're live for the Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. And I just think the faithful here, there's 2 names we won't be able to handle.
Yep.
Michael Mayer and Will Levis.
And let me tell you why a tight end at 18 would be idiotic. because you pick at 34.
Go ahead, Jeff.
And
I
there's
got it
going to
next.
be
I'm
Darnell
after you.
Washington available, Bray.
I got you after this, though. At the end of the day, 100%. You talk about Michael Mayer and all these shots. Imagine if somebody would have told you Jahmyr Gibbs would have been the pick at 12 for the Lions. What would you have said? Neil Rule? Exactly. So pipe down over there. For the New York Jets, my squad on the board, I agree with you on this one, though. Christian Gonzalez on the opposite side of Sauce Gardner, that's magic. With the Detroit. Go ahead. What's that? Yeah, so at the end of the day, I think Christian Gonzalez on the opposite side. You don't need Will Levis anymore. You don't need a linebacker.
I don't know, man.
Zay Flowers and Jackson Smith and Jigba on the opposite side of Garrett Wilson.
Listen.
I'm just saying.
Hey, Bray, I can get behind it. Listen, you give Aaron Rodgers in a tough AFC, you look at his division alone, you give him that man as many weapons as possible, Neil. I think I could talk myself into Jackson Smith and a Jigba.
Well, they already signed him all his boys, didn't they?
They got Alan Lazard.
Yeah.
They already have Garrett Wilson.
They got one person. They got Alan Lazard.
They do, but Jackson Smith.
No, I'm saying in terms of like his
and Jigba.
They weren't signing Randall Cobb, his old ass. Get out of here.
Low key, I do like that Broderick Jones pick by Pittsburgh, by the way.
It's a Pittsburgh pick.
6'5", 311. That guy was a monster.
Neil, to quote you, he
moves
dudes that way.
This way.
Now all of a sudden, George Pickens, Deontay Washington, and Kenny Pickett become that much better. Now Najee Harris becomes that much better of a running back. Great pick by Pittsburgh and Mike Thomas.
So the New York Jets on the board right now. They've got just over 2 minutes to go to make a selection. Some of the best players on the board right now, Christian Gonzalez, Will Levis, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith is out there, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Mayer, Kalijah Cansey. We haven't even mentioned Joey Porter Jr. yet. The Lions are going to get a good player here. I would not be shocked to see them get an offensive skill player, one of the wide receivers. It would not shock me, Braylon Edwards, at all.
Jets are going Kalijah Cansey or Jackson Smith and Jigba. 100%.
100%?
And if they don't, the Lions need Kalijah Cansey. You say what you want to. Look at these suits.
I'm on an immense in that, Braylon.
What
do you think about the fashion so far? You got Nolan Smith out here playing cards. Doesn't he know that Jameson Williams? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is that too soon?
Too soon.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that too soon?
Too soon.
What a message it would send to Jameson Williams, though, if they do go wide receiver at some point here, especially at 18. So this is the Jets. Their pick is in. They're shaking the hands. Boy, that Joe Douglas, my goodness, he's a big fella. He is one big fella.
This is what is that? Darnell. Darnell Wright went already, didn't he?
No, I mean we're all just kind of waiting here in stunned silence.
The Jets draft room is going off right now.
I know.
So what I said, Christian or Kalijah? Is that what I said?
That would make the most. That would make the most sense at this point.
If this is Smith and Jigba here.
Or Darnell, Darnell?
Because Braylon, if we're talking straight value, Jackson Smith, the Jigba at 15, he should have went to the Packers. I think we can all mutually agree there. Wide receiver's a need. If he's there for the Jets, if you go BPA, you can make a legitimate argument. Jackson Smith's in that conversation, Neil.
I would agree. I would say Darnell.
No, he is like, again, I think the question marks, right, when he kind of tapped out of the season, like he's the first player that ever sat out of the college football playoff to, quote, get ready for the draft.
With a hamstring injury.
Sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure.
Yeah.
Again, if I'm the Jets here, I'm looking at Christian Gonzalez, and I'm setting that up. Corners, rookie deals, I'm set at that spot, at both of those spots, and I'm set on the cheap. So that's the angle that I'm going. I just want to make the pick because I'm kind of making an observation. This Jahmyr Gibbs thing has altered the physiology of this room. It has altered the physiology
I love it.
of the YouTube chat thread, but not for the good. And, tomorrow on Woodward Sports, make sure you tap in. We'll be talking about the reaction all day long. So make sure that you're in there. Get your thoughts in there. The woodwardsports.com chat thread.
And by the way, I want to speak on the Jahmyr Gibbs pick real quick, because me and Adam talked a lot about this before the draft. It's not always where a player is selected, is if you get your guy. And that matters. Like, if you go back in previous drafts, all throughout NFL history, there's always guys that you see in the 20s, later in the rounds, that you look back. Brad Holmes has done it over the last 2 drafts, that you think, how did this guy fall? Jahmyr Gibbs, we got to see him play, but you can look back at this draft, Neil. Initially, everybody's frustrated. You can look back at this draft and say, yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 wasn't so crazy. Or you could do the opposite. Yeah, and the pick is in.
And real quickly, too, on the woodwardsports.com chat thread, Kyle Markham says, Neil is plastered, LOL. Not yet, but we're going to get there. We're going to get there.
Oh, my gosh. It is so great. Look, the commissioners at the podium.
The New York Jets.
The commissioner at the podium now. I don't know what he's talking about, but I just know that I love Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs, to me, is a player that's going to help this football team. Oh, make a wish.
Woodwardsports.com chat thread. Justin Peel says, I can't wait to hear Adam rant tomorrow morning. So there's that, which is pretty funny. So,
Hey,
tomorrow,
Neil,
I'm sure Morning Woodward's going to be fire.
Oh, yeah. I'm coming after Adam tomorrow for different reasons. Yeah. Here we go.
All right.
Jets
New York
pick
Jets pick is in.
Braylon standing up.
Braylon Edwards is trying to contain his excitement. He is wearing his Jets gear, standing up, staring. Jets,
Braylon is standing
up.
One
guy standing up.
Braylon's fired up.
He is
Who is it going to be, Neil?
All right, here we go.
Oh.
Wow. Will McDonald, the linebacker from Ohio State. What's wrong with Nolan Smith? Anything wrong with Nolan Smith, fellas? Why is Nolan Smith still on the board?
I don't have the answers for you, Ryan. I don't know, man. Will McDonald
had a farm.
It's just curveball after curveball. Look, we gotta regroup. All right, we're gonna take a break. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. It's a 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big. We go all night. And here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Vacation, planner's vacation, or bachelorette party, look no further than Circa Resort and Hotel Casino. Place a bet, the world's largest sports book, then elevate the pool game. Got the best pool game entertainment system in Las Vegas. Circa Resort offers the best experience, period. Has to offer. Visit circalasvegas.com to book now.
And we are back live. The official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. We are live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. Braylon Edwards, the Lions, select in just a couple of picks, but your Jets just went. Will McDonald, the fourth, goes the Iowa State linebacker to your Jets. Your reaction?
He's a damn good player. Damn good player. I've lost my voice messing with you. He's a damn good player. Saw him yesterday starting to move up the draft. He went from 24 all the way to 15, 13, 12. Damn good player out of Iowa State. Didn't know that was a pick that they were going to make, but you know what? He's a damn good player. And this is a draft. We got to just start there. This is a draft where it's not going to be the players you think. It's not going to be the names you've heard. But there are some good players in this draft, and McDonald's one of them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The Commanders' pick is in at 16, so 2 picks before Detroit here. Washington at 16 And New England at 17 before Detroit picks. Christian Gonzalez still on the board. Nolan Smith still on the board. For all of you defense people.
Is Will Levis still on the board?
Will Levis is on the board. Both tight ends are on the board. And ladies and gentlemen, we are getting eerily close here to Jackson Smith and Jigba range. You cannot look past this guy. He is a pure talent. So many people will maybe overlook him, Braylon, because he did not play last year. But when he was on the field in 2021, there wasn't too many people better than Jackson Smith and Jigba. Heaven forbid he's on the board at 18. I think the Lions would have a hard time passing him.
Yeah, right now at 16 with Scary Terry there, with Jahan Dotson there. It won't be Jackson Smith and Jigba. But keep in mind with the Commanders, keep in mind what came out. Montez Sweat is up to play. Chase Young, option, not picked up. Look out for Kalijah Kancey at 16.
I don't know. That feels a little high.
Look at this draft. It feels a little high. Everybody's smoking weed at this draft.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, some of the players, again, still on the board. Dalton Kincaid is on this board. Your boy Kalijah Kancey. Nolan Smith.
If you're the Commanders and if you're trying to shop Montez Sweat, if you're trying to shop Chase Young, who was rookie defensive player of the year 4 years ago, doesn't it seem like Kalijah Kancey might be the pick?
Boy, I'm starting to think about Will Levis here too. I really am. I really am starting to look. Will Levis is a player that needs time to develop. I don't think. Let me put it like. Who
are you going to develop Will Levis behind? You're talking about the Detroit Lions.
Detroit Lions.
Let's go back to 18.
Here we go, guys. I think you're in Will Levis range now. I do not think that Jared Goff is a $45 million a year player. I just don't. He might take him to the NFC Championship game this year. He might take him to the Super Bowl. Hell, they might win a Super Bowl. You can do that. Making $33 million a year and not paying anybody else on this roster. The Lions have nobody there paying right now outside of Taylor Decker and Frank Ragnow. They pay two players on their team.
But the bill is coming due.
The bill is coming due.
But the bill is coming due.
On a number of these players, Braylon.
The bill is coming due.
Including Jared Goff. If you want this window to be extended, they have got to take a quarterback with one of their next two picks.
But
that's 18 or 34.
But I just do not describe. I don't subscribe to the theory because we need a quarterback. I got to draft a quarterback I don't believe in. I don't believe in Will Levis. He is not the pick. He is not a guy that's going to get it done for you. He is not a guy I trust. So if I don't trust him, I don't care that he got from 1 through 4 to 18. In fact, the fact that he got to 18, now I'm starting to question why the F did Will Levis get to 18 when he told everybody that the Carolina Panthers were going to draft him. I don't want him either.
Neil Rule, Jeff Ifrady, your thoughts as we get eerily close to the Lions pick at 18.
Braylon, I'll give you the answer as to why Will Levis is available at 18. Because he stinks. That's why. Because Will Levis stinks. That's why he's available. Here we go. Emmanuel Forbes. Look who goes 16. Emmanuel Forbes. One of my favorite players in this entire draft for months. And I told the Lions, listen, you can trade up, but guess what? He's gone at 16 before who? Who's the corner who's still on the board?
Christian Gonzalez.
Christian
still out there.
Gonzalez. By the way, I'll collect my check at a later date. Good for Emmanuel Forbes going to Washington. Honestly, if you look at Emmanuel Forbes and his production, I was told one thing. Jeff, he's too small. He's 166. That's all you got on him. That's it. If he gains weight, guess what? The talent is still there. Emmanuel Forbes, 16 to the Washington Commanders. Now the Patriots are on the board. To me, Neil, if we're talking about Christian Gonzalez, this makes sense.
No, and it does, and you'll get your cornerback that you wanted.
look, I hear Ryan and Braylon talking about that, and like the offense thing. Guys, I will say this to you guys here. This defense, while they improved towards the end of the season, with the exception of, that game where they gave up 300 yards rushing in the first half, other than that game, and had a team not punt in an NFL game against them, you have to address this defense. I am planting a flag right now. You have to address this defense here.
Absolutely.
You have to.
Neil,
have to.
We brought up worst and best case scenarios for the Detroit Lions. One of those worst case scenarios had nothing to do with players. I just didn't want 2 offensive players in the first round. I will not accept it. You need to take the best defensive player. Now, is that Christian Gonzalez? He may be gone right now. Kalijah Kancey is still on the board, the second best defensive tackle. You need a defensive tackle. Kalijah Kancey looks really good at 18 right now, Neil, especially if Christian Gonzalez is gone right here to the New England Patriots.
No, and we'll see which way the Patriots want to go. Will they go the receiver route, Jackson Smith and Jigba? Like he's the cookie that's out there right now, right? Here we go. We're going to know the fate. Patriots on the clock.
There you have it. There you have it. Christian Gonzalez goes to the New England Patriots at 17. He's a Bill Belichick player. He checks all the boxes in terms of athleticism and what he did at the Combine. But what does this mean for the Lions coming up next year at 18?
I'll tell you what it means to me right now.
Okay.
Damn.
Guys, this has to be an offensive player. No, this has to be an offensive player.
No, Neil.
It just does.
Neil, what I need you to stop doing, stop generalizing Ryan and Braylon. We are separate people. I never said fucking offense. I said I wanted Jalen Carter, and then I said at the second pick, I wanted a freaking linebacker. I never said offense. So your quick jokes, make them to him. That's your battle. That ain't us. I never said offense.
Fair point, Braylon. Fair point.
Well, I said offense. Listen to me. I said offense, and I think they have to take an offensive player here.
Get your shit together.
They are going to take an offensive player here. I mean, they just have to. If you're going best available player on the board, you go best available player on the board.
All I know is everybody wants to make a lot of noise because nobody's fucking right now. Nobody has picked anything. The draft is
not right.
I'm talking about I wasn't talking about you.
This room can't handle it. I can't handle
Y'all
it.
can't handle
What
it.
can't you handle?
Nobody
Neil?
can handle
The
it.
Lions
I
can
mean,
do better.
Thank you.
If we're talking defense, the best defensive player available in a position of need, Neil, goes by the name of Kalijah Kancey.
There's no way
the
they can
defensive
take that
tackle
player.
out of Pitt.
Zero
He's still on the
chance
board.
of
Brad
that.
Holmes was a part of that organization
Give me Nolan
Zero-
Smith.
Zero chance of either of that happening.
Give me Nolan Smith
It just
here.
can't be.
I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't.
I will quote the forefathers of our great country.
Okay.
Give me a defensive player or give me death. That's where I am. You have to address this defense.
You have to.
But Neil, Jeff, last year in the last 10 games of the year, the Lions allowed 20.2 points per game.
Except, Ryan, for the game where they gave up 300 yards rushing in a half, man.
And Aiden Hutchinson will get better. James Houston will get better. Josh Paschal will get better. They signed Cam Sutton and Emmanuel Mosley. They signed C.J. Gardner-Johnson. This defense did get better. I don't understand what people can't comprehend about that.
I agree with you. They need a linebacker. They need a linebacker, and they need an interior defensive lineman. With that defense, they get better. But you still need interior defensive lineman. You still need a linebacker. That's what I'm looking for. Second round, Arkansas.
Everybody killed me when I said offense. This is going to be an offensive player. It is because the best player on the board right now is offensive players. Tight ends, wide receivers. They are the best players on the board right now. If you're going to follow the board, then follow the board.
The crazy thing is people are saying things that they didn't know were going to happen, and they're still trying to justify what they didn't know were going to happen, and they're still trying to be logical on what they think might happen. We don't know what the F is going to happen with the rest of the draft. The draft is off the rails. We know who they should take. I know who they should have taken.
Who they should take right now?
At this pick right now, Kalijah Kancey.
There you go.
100% I agree with Neil.
Talk
and
to him,
Jeff
Brad.
Frady. Kalijah Kancey is the pick. There's nobody else at this
Why
point.
wouldn't you take maybe the best player on the board right now, maybe Dalton Kincaid or Michael
Because the best
Mayer?
player on the board doesn't help you in the way you need to be helped.
What about Mozzie Smith? Is Mozzie Smith, could he be a Kalijah Kancey?
Never heard of him in the first round. And I went to Michigan.
Huh?
I said never heard of him in the first round.
No, I'm
and I
saying
went to Michigan.
34.
True, but we're at 18.
I know. That's what is the separation between Kalijah Kancey and Mozzie Smith that different?
Yes, and if they're different. I think the power, the speed, the impact is Pro Bowl, All Pro with Kalijah Kancey. I think Mozzie Smith just a really good player,
Hey,
Yeah, go ahead, jump in.
The pick,
They're
is
saying
in.
the pick is in. WoodwardSports.com chat thread. Roger Horvath says Nolan Smith, Kancey, or Murphy. And that's kind of the camp I'm in right now.
Neil, I 100% agree with you. Although Braylon's right, we don't know what's going to happen. All I can say and all I can talk about is what I want to happen, and it has to be a defensive player, Neil. And that has nothing to do with the draft board. A lot of it has to do with Brad's philosophy and what kind of players he gets. And if you have Kalijah, you have Miles Murphy, you have guys available, defensive players, don't just take a Michael Mayer simply because you should take a Michael Mayer. You got to get one of these defensive guys. I mean, am I crazy for saying that?
No, I gave you my reasons
Yeah,
as
I
to
mean,
why. I
it
gave you
makes the
data.
most sense.
I gave you
What about
things that
Drew
happen.
Sanders? Is Drew Sanders an option here?
Second round. Drew Sanders would be second round. One of those second round picks that they picked up in the trade.
I don't know. Like I am in that Nolan Smith camp right now.
I like Nolan Smith a lot. I do. I wouldn't mind it.
I think the best player on the board right now is Will Levis.
Wow.
I think Will Levis is the best player
No.
on the board right
Listen, man, I love you. I'll rock with you.
Give it to him.
I will
Give it to
fight everybody in here for you, but I do disagree. I disagree, but I'll fight everybody in here for you.
Well, the pick is
Yeah, now Will Levis.
We'll hear momentarily who they go with.
Please, don't do this to us.
Well,
Ryan
look,
Ermanni, don't speak that on us. Don't bring that energy into this room.
Let me read to you Mel Kiper's best available, okay? Right now, Mel Kiper's best available. Will Levis, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Mayer, Kalijah Kancey, Zay Flowers, Joey Porter, Miles Murphy. Right there. There you go.
2, 4, and 6.
Wow.
Because I guarantee you 6 is Kalijah Kancey. 2, 4, 6.
Is there a reach here potentially?
Everybody.
Everybody is a reach.
Except Kancey and Jigba aren't reaches.
I think
By the way, guys, we talk about reaching for a player. They just took Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. So I think everything's off the table.
Reaches are in play.
Yeah. In terms of reach, at this point, I wouldn't be shocked by any player they take. They got a lot of options at hand. We'll see what Brad Holmes does.
the Lions pick. Should
Here
we do it?
Levis.
Do we wait? You want to wait for this? Or do you want it's in. Okay. The Lions pick. No. Okay, we got to wait for it. The Lions pick is in. Here you go. Here he comes. The Lions pick is in. Let's go to the podium.
Boy.
Jack it up, Adam. Here we go. Here's the commissioner. Jack it up. I don't know if people are going to like this or not. Here we go. Oh, there's the crack man. Let's go.
He lives on east side of the state. I always see him at East Side golf outing.
Oh, my gosh. This is, wow. This is something.
Guys, I don't know.
This is something here. Neil might fall off his chair. I think Neil's going to fall off his chair with this pick. Here we go. The commissioner is here. Here we go. And we are continuing to talk Neil Rule.
No.
The Detroit Lions select. Oh. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Braylon hates Iowa players. I think, oh, okay. Spencer, come on in.
Braylon left.
Yeah, Braylon's gone.
I don't blame him.
Yeah.
I love Brad
Wow.
Holmes. I trust
Oh, my
Brad
gosh.
Holmes.
Well, Ryan, we did just talk about reaching.
Yeah, we did.
That's a
And
huge
Yeah,
reach.
You spoke it into existence, Ryan. You did.
I'm speechless. I'm speechless about this one.
What is that?
I am speechless about this one. I have no words. And look, have you guys changed how you feel about let Brad Holmes cook? Look, this is a player that I don't have anything on.
He's 6'5". He's a big body.
One more
He can
pick.
make plays in the passing game. 6'5". He's big. He makes tackles. He doesn't have the prototype of an NFL linebacker. That's the only thing. How many good NFL linebackers can you name? You can name a Bobby Wagner. You can name a oh my God. Him. You can name him. You can name him from San Francisco. And they're not Jack Campbell. This is I spoke this into existence, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, you screwed up, man.
2 months ago on heavyweights, I said Jack Campbell is a Dan Campbell guy.
Yeah.
He loves football. He's doing it. He's going hard. This is astonishing.
Guys, so look, some of the guys that they left on the board, obviously, the top two tight ends on the board. They left Jackson Smith and Jigba on the board. Will Levis is still on the board. And then Kalijah Cansey. So if you want to go defensive line coming up, that is obviously an area.
Yes.
I'm just curious what the people think. Nolan Smith was on the board. I'd love to get Tom Mazaway's reaction in here as well at some point. Nolan Smith was there, but the player evaluations that Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions have gone through over the last 2 months, 3 months specifically, Brad Holmes has earned the right to draft these players.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
At the same time, Spencer, is this a player you could have gotten at 34?
This is a player you could have got. I don't know. There are two. You think of the top linebackers on the board. There are two that might go in the first round. It was Jack Campbell and Trenton Simpson. You get Jack Campbell here at 18, that is a reach, regardless of what you want. For me, when you look at the defensive side of the ball, now you still need a defensive tackle. You still need that guy there. Hey, at 34, what about your guy? What about your guy, Mozzie Smith, at 34?
That's what I'm talking about. Adam Baydoun over here is swearing up and down. Adam, do you want to come up here? Fuck Kalijah.
It's not. We're not upset over Kalijah fucking Cansey. We're upset over Jack Campbell. The reach. What is that?
Oh, God.
That is too much.
Geez. Hey, why don't you come here with your boy? Neil, I'll go over to you.
Where did you have?
Yes.
Jack Campbell?
Let me speak on this for a second here. Jack Campbell, huh? From Iowa. Sick pick, bro. Love your game against. Love your game. So there you go. There you go. All right. Okay. Jack Campbell. All right. Great game you had against South Dakota State and Iowa State and stuff like. You don't take guys from Iowa. You don't take guys from Iowa. Every year we hear about how great Iowa is. Every year. And every year they stink. Iowa stinks all the time. Not interested. You know what? Not interested, man. Hey, now I got to pay the bet, too. I got to come in tomorrow, wear the Iowa T-shirt, because I said, no way do they take anybody from Iowa. They're smarter than that. Jack Campbell, huh?
Yeah.
That's the guy?
That's the guy. I mean, to be honest, though, like, were we not targeting him in the second round? Did the Lion fans not want him in the second round? I mean, you got one of the guys you wanted.
I didn't want him in any round.
I gotta be honest with you, I didn't either. We had Connor Rogers on from PFF and NBC, and I asked him point blank period. I said, Spinney and I, Braylon, we're not sold on Jack Campbell. I look at the NFL, and I can't really name any other linebackers with a similar skill set performing at a high level. but he can be the first Jack Campbell. I have to admit that. I mean, we all say we have faith in Brad Holmes, right? We said the linebacker position was a need, right? The one that Jahmyr Gibbs got me, though.
Yeah, that faith in Brad Holmes. And look, I full disclosure, I'm a Brad Holmes simp, self-proclaimed. I'm a simp for Brad Holmes.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Join the club.
It's being put to the test right now.
It is.
We are all being put
to
the test today.
Yes. Can we be honest? It's a weird draft, though.
It is
a weird draft.
No, you're absolutely right. And it's even weirder when you end up with people from Iowa.
Dude, what are you more upset about, the Gibbs or Campbell?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
I
think I'm like everybody else here, like stunned.
A little drunk?
A little stunned.
Yeah.
I honestly believe that, though. I think that everybody here is just stunned.
Yeah. People are starting to clear out a little bit.
And here's the deal, too. It wasn't like your dude was gone.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like the way that this board shook out the whole time, there were guys there, guys that we were fond of, guys that we were conditioned to like, guys that we thought were going to be the answer.
Guys we thought were blue chips. Jalen Carter.
Blue chip dudes out there. It's to the test. And I don't know that I'm going to go on the air tomorrow from 11 to 1 on Woodward Sports having time to have processed it. I don't know that I'm going to have a lot of answers. I don't know that I'm going to change the way I feel.
Yeah.
I think I'm still going to feel like the rest of us right here.
Confused.
Like I don't know what to. Easy, help me. Help me understand how to feel.
I can only help you with the Jack Campbell pick. All right, because linebacker was.
That's not the help I need.
But position of needs for the Detroit Lions. You go defensive tackle number 1, right? I'd say so. I'd probably argue linebacker number 2. Number 3, I guess, is up for debate. I mean, what would even be number 3? Brad Holmes did a great job in free agency. I couldn't even say maybe offensive line for the future. I mean,
linebacker, guard. You could need a guard at some point.
So linebacker was a need, and we got the perceived number 1 guy on the board at the position. Like, it's been a weird draft. I have to lean with Brad on that one. The one that I question more than anything, honestly, is the Jahmyr Gibbs. He was a question to go at like 26 to like the Cowboys or wherever they were, and we took him at 12. That's the one that boggles me a little bit.
William Garrison, the WoodwardSports.com chat thread, and jump into there. There's over 5,000 of you watching right now around the world. He says, "Feel your brick going down." Are we still bricked up? I'm leaning negative. We are not bricked up anymore.
Not as bricked up.
It's
a little cold in here. Did it get dippy? Is you a little chilly here?
Yeah. It's turning into an innie right now. And look, I will stop short of this, and there's a lot of this.
Yeah.
I feel as though there's a lot of this in this room. There's a lot in the chat. There's a lot of SOL.
Yeah.
Same old
Right
line
now?
and stuff like that.
Wow.
Right now there is.
Wow.
And again, as Ryan was kind of, talking to me a little bit, he's like, Neil, you said it, like, let Holmes cook.
Yeah.
I will.
He's cooking.
I will, but I'm not going to lie to you guys.
Yeah.
I'm staggered.
How'd you even feel about the trade itself?
I liked it. I liked it at the time. I was like, okay, if you're not in on Jalen Carter, okay.
Yeah.
And you're going to move down, there's still going to be a dude there.
Yeah.
There's still going to be a Christian Gonzalez or whoever you want.
Yeah.
And you're getting compensated to do it. Don't have a huge problem with
Yeah.
that. The Jahmyr Gibbs thing shook me, and then this was like a body blow, and I had to take a knee for an 8 count.
Yeah,
I'm going to get
Ryan
back.
Garcia.
I'm going to get back up.
All right.
The ref's going to check the gloves. I'm going to get back up tomorrow. But I'm telling you guys this, man. Me being a simp for Brad Holmes has been put to the test.
Caught him kissing another girl or something.
Absolutely.
You're heartbroken a little
it's
bit.
put to the test.
The Cardinals' sin and draft capital. I think we both play the draft capital. One of the Cardinals' sins is running back in the first round. And I was cool with it if the name was Bijan. But Jahmyr Gibbs, he's good, but feels gimmicky.
Even that, the Jack Campbell one, man. Like, even that, like, okay, so you love Gibbs. Like, that's your thing. The money where they got him, it slipped under that $4 million, right around that $4-ish million a year.
Yeah.
So I can process it. All right, you planted your flag. That's your guy.
Yeah.
The Jack Campbell thing, man, you got guys, and I want to get it right. Like, I don't want to get it wrong, where you had a UCL injury, had a knee injury, missed spring break. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Okay. All right. We're going to take a break here.
Man.
We're going to process. This is the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. We're live at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak. We'll be right back.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big. We go all night. And here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Circa Sports, ladies and gentlemen, the nation's largest pro football contest is right around the corner. Do not miss out on your chance to register for the Circa Sports Million Contest. $6 million in total guaranteed prizes. Visit circasports.com to learn more about registration details and prizes. Ladies and gentlemen, you are watching the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. Tom Mazaway alongside.
I've been sitting right behind you the whole time.
You know, Jack,
I'm just in shock still.
I just want to say this about Jack Campbell. Not that it's a big deal or not, but Jack Campbell, I have a 3-round mock draft in front of me. He is number 65 on this draft.
Yeah.
Off-ball linebacker. Has less value in today's NFL as teams throw the ball much more than they run it. But Campbell is a really good player, showed off his physical tools and change of direction skills at the combine. Overall,
he's a good guy.
Overall
nice guy.
prediction here, or overall analysis, Tom Mazaway, as you watch the first round of the draft.
First of all, it's a wacky draft, obviously. All right, nothing has gone right. The best player of the draft went to a Super Bowl team. Jalen Carter to the Philadelphia Eagles. First of all, let's just say that. And we all thought the Lions had a shot at him, but let's face it, we heard the rule. We heard the words. They're not going to take him. They're not going to take him, and they let him go to a Super Bowl team, and he is going to be trouble. And then our running back, Bijan Robinson. He's a reach at 6, but he goes at 8, right? And he's going to make the Atlanta Falcons one hell of a team. And you know what? They are going to be – he'll probably be a top fantasy pick. That's for sure. As far as the Lions' 2 picks, you got me, man. My friends all left already.
Yeah.
They left talking to themselves, babbling.
This place emptied out real quick, I believe, after the Lions picked Jack Campbell. I mean, you go back to that initial
Seahawks
pick.
are coming up here.
And look, I like the running back pick. Maybe I might be the only one that likes Jahmyr Gibbs. And the pick is in right now.
Yep.
The Seattle Seahawks picking again. Jalen Carter, though, went to a team with 2 first-round picks.
He did.
Did he not?
He did. One of your guys, one of your questions came true. I will say my heart is still going out right now for Will Levis.
Yeah.
As he's the last guy left in the green room.
Well, he's the Aaron Rodgers this
year. He is. And you know what? I'm looking at the board.
Yeah.
I think maybe will the Vikings take him?
They might. They might take him.
Vikings picking like 4 more picks.
So, you know.
How about the minute after the Lions made their choice, Tampa Bay ran and gave Kalijah Cansey as their pick. Here we go.
Seattle's pick. Oh, wow. That's a really good pick for him. Or for Seattle.
Absolutely.
That's
what a wide receiver group they have. Wow.
You know.
Geno Smith, they paid him, and guess what? He is going to be one happy man to get Jackson Smith and Jigba along with the wide receivers that are in Seattle right now who are just unbelievable.
Tom, just the fact that Brad Holmes allowed Jalen Carter. So the Lions pick at 6. They have Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson staring at him.
Yep, and they pass him up.
They say no.
Yep.
They pass him up.
Yep.
That's a really tough pill to swallow.
It's going to be.
Now, Jahmyr Gibbs, I like Jahmyr Gibbs. But what are you going to get at 34? I think the pick at 18 really surprises a lot of people. I mean, if you get Jalen Carter, that defense in the middle, wow, that maybe Jalen Carter was, in fact, off their board.
He was, obviously.
He was off their board.
He was. He was, but to put this guy with DK Metcalf and who's the other guy now? Tyler Lockett.
Yeah.
Tyler Lockett, DJ Metcalf, and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's as good a trio of wide receivers as you're going to get.
No doubt.
So Seattle really did it well, and the Chargers are up on the clock as we speak. So
10 picks left in the first round, so you've got the Chargers, Baltimore. I mean, where is Will Levis?
I think Will Levis, and I'm going to throw it to the guys, Neil and Easy. Will Levis, guys, do you think the Vikings are the fit for him?
I do. If the Vikings are off of Kirk Cousins, we've heard the talk. They're looking to get rid of Kirk Cousins. They want Trey Lance. They want somebody else. Will Levis is still there.
Yeah.
And that's another he was projected top 10 pick in your division?
I mean, projected top 10, it's debatable, but yeah. I mean, he was one of the prospects that a lot of people talked about, a lot of people liked. But you're talking about him going to the Vikings?
The Vikings.
I'm not worried. Not really worried.
I'm not worried
Maybe the only thing I'm worried about is, like, the success they have, like, outside of matchups with the Detroit Lions. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about the rookie contract, but I'm still just kind of getting over the whole situation there with Jahmyr Gibbs. That's the one I'm kind of stuck on. I don't have any beef with the Jack Campbell pick. I think, obviously, linebacker, we discussed on the show before, is a position of need.
Yes.
If he's the number one linebacker, we had Connor Rogers on the show, right? He's been doing draft analysts for a long, long time. Matter of fact, they started their stuff back in September. And Jack Campbell was the number one linebacker off the board. That's what Brad Holmes got. There's a weird draft, too, though, man.
Is your faith in Brad Holmes wavering?
No, because
Where
ultimately.
Where are you at right now?
No, because you know what? Before Faith was even established, he went back-to-back. Although this didn't work out. Back-to-back with, I believe, was Anzarike, and then he went McNeil.
Aleem McNeil, yeah.
Aleem McNeil looks pretty nice. He went following after that, back-to-back. Aiden Hudson, Josh Pascal. I like the two of those. I had to see on the field before I call him out on his name because we have faith in Brad Holmes. We established that before this night started. We've said it plenty of times before this night started. I don't think it's fair for us to be upset about it until who he might clean up in the second round. I didn't like the trade, and I didn't like the pick of Jahmyr Gibbs. That's the one that I'm most upset about.
So you're good with Jack Campbell.
I'm good with
Jack Campbell, but you didn't like Jahmyr Gibbs or the trade. You were staring at 6. They said it. Ryan and Maz said it. Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
And Jalen Carter.
Yes.
And you trade back, you get Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs was the consensus number 2 running back. He's fast. He can catch it out of the backfield. Shades of Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
But at 12?
It was
at
a name.
12?
I know. And it's crazy, too, because, like, you and I, pre-defended Brad Holmes about taking the running back when we thought the running back was Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
We look back at the press conference he had, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, and he was kind of like, hey, we took a running back with Todd Gurley at number 10. They kind of worked out. The best version of Jared Goff has been with running backs.
Yes.
So he got you a running back. We feel differently about Jahmyr Gibbs as a prospect. But who knows, man?
I like Jahmyr Gibbs.
Is there a pro comp for him?
It's Alvin Kamara.
Yeah.
It's what he is.
Okay.
Alvin Kamara went to Alabama before he transferred to Tennessee.
Yeah.
Alvin Kamara catches the ball out of the backfield, very shifty. Jahmyr Gibbs, fantastic receiver out of the backfield, insane speed.
So would you say Alvin Kamara is the first-round pick?
If you redraft, yes. If you redraft, absolutely.
Yeah. If he performs to that level. I mean, it is wild. Because he passed up on the blue chips that we perceived as Jalen Carter, Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
And then he did the Cardinals sin, and he took that running back in the first round, bro.
See.
And what my biggest gripe, though, because he could end up being out cold.
He could.
Gibbs could be amazing, but
Very well could.
The return on the trade back, that's what I wasn't a fan of. He just got one more second-round pick and 178, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. It was 12 and 34.
Yeah.
12 and 34 for 6.
That's the part I'm a little bit disappointed with. And if I'm being honest with you, too, to the people that maybe want to trend towards that SOL conversation, what's Brad Holmes' worst round in his draft history?
The second round when he took Levi Azuri.
And he's got so many picks in the second round now.
Yes.
Maybe he wants to correct the wrong. I got to look at some draft boards, see who's still there, too.
He's not doing it out of spite. He's not going there out of spite and saying, I need to get the second round right. I need to go over there and get 3 guys. right now, I want Mozzie Smith.
I like it.
I want Mozzie Smith in the second round.
And you know what? The pick is early enough in the second round where that can happen.
It can 34.
Yeah.
I can't believe it. Chargers.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select
Addison. Quentin Johnston.
wide receiver, TCU.
Quentin Johnston off the board. Quentin Johnston, arguably the best wide receiver prospect in this draft. I had obviously JSN over him, but big body guy, torched Michigan, was at TCU. The things you pull back from him are he's a body catcher. He catches the ball with his body. He doesn't he doesn't have the hands. But you put him out there with Herbert, with Eckler, hopefully. They'll more than likely keep Eckler.
Yeah.
The offensive line they have, and Mike Williams, maybe Keenan Allen. Justin Herbert might win MVP next year.
Let's pump the brakes a little bit. Let's pump the brakes a little bit.
Who's your MVP candidate? Who's your MVP
candidate for next year? I mean, I think the easy answer would probably be Patrick Mahomes, someone of the ilk. Jalen Hurts if he stays healthy.
Yeah.
Herbert, I like
those
Quentin Johnson.
weapons.
Well, here's the thing. Like we listed off 3 of those weapons, but there's still rumors that Keenan Allen is cut.
Keenan Allen might be cut.
Yeah.
Who knows what's going on with Austin Eckler?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So those can be absent from Justin Herbert's repertoire, but nonetheless, I mean, and by the way, with the Keenan Allen being cut, why? That offense was stale in the water until Mike Williams and Keenan Allen both came back.
He's old. He's getting very old.
He's still very productive.
He's injury prone. He's doing a lot of different things that is realistic for him to get cut. And now that they drafted Quentin Johnston, that could be the writing on the board.
For Keenan Allen?
Yeah.
Is that so now with the Jameson Williams stuff, DJ Chark stuff, having the 4th most cap?
Yeah.
Is that a pickup candidate for Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions?
Yes, 1,000%.
I would be okay. I mean, like
I hate Keenan Allen.
You hate?
I hate Keenan Allen.
You hate Keenan Allen.
I drafted him in fantasy. I know you're.
I'm a fat Keenan Allen.
Yeah, you're fat Keenan Allen.
Trademarked.
I hate skinny Keenan Allen.
Okay.
Because I drafted him in fantasy twice and he got hurt and lost me the league.
But when he came back, he was fired.
He was. He catches everything, but
that's why I was so confused to see him be as a cut candidate. And now they just took Quentin Johnson. Now it feels like he's even more so of a cut candidate.
Yes, he's on the line 1,000%.
Yeah.
Let's get back into we know this is the Detroit Lions stream. This is Woodward Sports at Fifth Ave. Shout out Circa Sportsbook. We're here for the Detroit Lions.
Yes, sir.
They just took a linebacker at 18. You hate linebackers.
I don't hate linebackers.
You don't hate linebackers. You don't respect linebackers' value.
What do you
for
stop?
defense.
Stop! What are you doing? No, I've never said any of those things.
You don't.
But
You
there
think
is
a
somebody
linebacker is important for a defense?
I don't think it's key. But
Okay.
we do have Sam Flannel, a.k.a. Flannel Sam, and the legendary Tom Mazaway. Shout out to my guy Adam on the 1s and 2s, by the way, sacrificing his mic time to help us out. But Maz and Sam Flannel, I want to hear what they got to think about the linebacker situation.
About Jack Campbell at 18.
Jack Campbell.
I like the kid from Arkansas as far as a linebacker goes, and I think they probably could have waited. Drew, fill me in here,
Sanders.
Drew Sanders. I think they probably could have got him at 34, if you ask me. But I know a lot of people here were like, Quentin Johnson. We can get him with 34. He didn't last 2 picks after the Lions made their pick, and I'm still not over that yet. But I'm a linebacker guy, obviously. A Lawrence Taylor 40 years ago, I get it. But I'm a linebacker guy, and we need linebacker help. So I hope Jack Campbell is a winner. That's all I got to say.
I mean, I think with this draft, and especially with the Jack Campbell pick in particular, the Lions are in a position, and Brad Holmes is in a position where he drafted a couple of players that were definitely some question marks. My jaw dropped during both.
They're
of them.
reaches.
Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell. I was floored. My jaw was on the ground. But I'll tell you what, they better produce. They better come out and actually have good rookie seasons and good careers, because if they don't, that will 100% be a black mark on Brad Holmes. I mean, they had a chance to draft Jalen Carter at 6. They traded back. At 18, Jackson Smith and Jigba was available, Joey Porter Jr., a ton, like Kalijah Kanzi, a ton of other guys. And then you take a guy at 18 and Jack Campbell, who probably would have been available at 34, 48, 55.
think so.
I think so as well. I mean, I'm not saying that Jack Campbell is a bad player. He was the Butkus Award winner last year. He's a damn good throwback sort of linebacker. It just feels like a reach. I was hoping to come away from this day feeling excited, feeling like bricked up, as Neil Rule said. Now the bricks are kind of gone. It was a kind of a deflating night. I'm not saying that my faith in Brad Holmes is completely shot or anything. He's earned a lot of equity with the first 2 drafts, but this one definitely is the most disappointing, at least on draft night. We'll see how it plays out, though.
Let me give you the last 11, and thanks to Chad Johnson for this. The last 11 Butkus Award winners. Luke Kuechly, Manti Te'o, C.J. Mosley, Eric Kendricks, Jalen Smith, Reuben Foster, Roquan Smith, Devin White, Isaiah Simmons, Jeremiah Owasso Kamora.
Oh, Koromoa, yeah.
N'Kobe Dean, and Jack Campbell.
Okay.
Okay, so they took a Butkus Award winner. I just want to say this, as far as the Lions go and the way I feel, the way they took their 2 choices, I feel like they were the smartest guy in the room again. Remember when they jumped up and did all that stuff because the Patriots were going to pick a guy and blah, blah, blah. Jelani Tavai. I just think that they picked up an extra pick, Sam. And it's nice to have an extra pick in the second round. But these are 2 good players. They are. I just don't feel it. I don't know. I don't feel it.
You know, Maz, the word smartest man in the room, I think that was very, very apropos. That was kind of the word that I was looking for. I mean, you saw that constantly with Bob Quinn, obviously, and that was to his detriment. That was one of the reasons he ended up getting himself fired and being known as one of the most disgraceful general managers in Detroit sports history in a town where there have been many of them. And this kind of feels like what they did this year, and that's why I'm disappointed. Am I saying
twice?
Yes, twice.
Twice.
I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is obviously a player who has a ton of potential. You can argue that out of all the running backs coming out in the draft, that he was the best pass catcher. Although I think Bijan would probably take that title anyway. But when you think of Jahmyr Gibbs, you think his ceiling could be someone along the lines of Alvin Kamara. Am I saying he's going to be Alvin Kamara? No, but when you draft him at number 12, he better be something like that. He better be a facsimile of Alvin Kamara, or at least his own version of a damn good running back. And Jack Campbell, another one. Jack Campbell, you could have got him 34, 48. And even if you don't, I like Drew Sanders a lot. I like a guy like Diane Henley. I mean, Drew Sanders at least can rush the quarterback. I think he had 9.5 sacks his last season. Jack Campbell.
And he plays a couple positions.
Absolutely. I would have definitely taken Drew Sanders over Jack Campbell.
Let me give you these teams.
Yes.
This is after the pick at 12.
Yeah.
Would any of these teams would they have taken Jahmyr Gibbs? The Packers?
No.
The Patriots?
No.
Maybe.
Ramondre Stevenson is.
Maybe. The Jets?
No.
The Commanders? No.
I don't think so.
The Steelers, who traded up. Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay took Kancey 1 minute after 30 seconds after the Lions took Gibbs. After the Lions took their second pick in Jack Campbell.
Yes, and to kind of take you behind the curtain, nobody was more heartbroken about Jack Campbell going 1 pick before Kalijah Kancey than our very own Adam Beydoun.
No doubt. Here comes Baltimore's pick.
Baltimore's pick.
Wow.
Okay.
They got a toy for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, another toy for Lamar Jackson.
Another receiver off the board. And Lamar Jackson got his deal earlier today. Congrats to him. By the way, he saved $8 million by not having an agent. Congrats to him. It worked out. And now he gets another toy.
Yeah, and at this point, they need to. Now that they're committed to Lamar Jackson, be committed to surrounding him with the best possible group of weapons. I mean, at some point with Lamar Jackson, he's obviously been one of the better quarterbacks in the league pretty much since his season where he won MVP. But a lot of postseason success has sort of eluded him and his wide receiver play around him. I think Demarcus Robinson led them in receiving yards last season.
Yeah, they were pathetic.
They need a wide receiver. Maybe
Mark Andrews is their best.
Mark Andrews is their best, and he is one of the best tight ends in the NFL.
But he's starting to get injured.
Yeah.
Starting to get nicked up.
And you need a guy like, Zay Flowers, he's not. My favorite wide receiver in this draft was probably Quentin Johnson or Jackson Smith-Njigba. But when he's gone, Zay Flowers, I think he's a guy that can fit what Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens offense do. I think it's a good pick at this point, and we'll see. We'll see the effect that it has on Lamar Jackson. Maybe he will have a breakout year, maybe a healthy season. Yeah.
I'm thinking the Vikings here, and they got 6 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Is this where Will Levis goes?
I could see it.
He's the last guy left in the green room. It's reminding me of the whole Aaron Rodgers thing. Aaron Rodgers introduced yesterday as the Jets' future. I don't know. I hope it all fits together for him. I do hope he gets to go here to Minnesota.
I mean, I'm no Will Levis fan, as I've made very, very clear on all the shows that I've been on. But if he somehow falls, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but what if Minnesota passes on him? Could you see a scenario where Will Levis falls out of the first round entirely?
He could.
He could.
The Jags aren't taking him.
Absolutely not.
The Giants
Just
aren't
pay
taking
Daniel
him.
Jones.
The Bills aren't taking him.
Nope.
The Bengals aren't taking
Absolutely
him.
not.
The Saints aren't taking him.
Just traded for Derek Carr.
The Eagles aren't taking him.
Jalen Hurts.
And the Chiefs
Patrick
aren't
Mahomes.
taking him.
No, if this is it. What was the other one? There was the Cowboys.
That's it.
Yeah, the Cowboys aren't taking him. Yeah,
They're not taking him.
If Will Levis doesn't go.
If he don't go here, it's over. Unless someone trades up.
Unless somebody trades up.
And does a Lamar Jackson.
But then you have to wonder, and this I think is a fair question, if he's a guy that at some point has been mocked as high as 4, 3. Remember when the betting lines shot up to Will Levis be number 1?
He'll be the number 2 pick.
Yes,
for sure.
If he falls all the way to 23, I think there's a little bit of cause for pause from other GMs who are like, why did he fall so far? I don't know, though. But even though I'm not a Will Levis guy, I didn't think there was a chance in hell that he would fall out of the first round. I mean, I know you'd be shocked.
I would, and the heavyweights would not be shocked, I don't think. Let's hear from Spencer and Easy.
All right, we're here. We're processing. We're still processing.
Man, what Jahmyr Gibbs? it's DeAndre Swift. It's him.
DeAndre Swift is gone. You take Jahmyr Gibbs, that means
he's gone.
DeAndre Swift is gone.
All right. I want to be positive. There's still some names on the board.
Yeah?
I want to talk about them.
Okay.
All right. A lot of Detroit Lions fans, I don't know where they wanted it, but Osiris Torrance, if I'm not mistaken, he's still available.
He's still there.
The guard was perceived position of need. I will run over with Neil. Defensive tackle, number 1 need.
Yes.
Linebacker, number 2 need. Linebacker addressed. Guard, you argued the other day, actually, was the 3rd best need.
Yes.
Osiris Torrance still there?
He's still there.
I think with
you think he'll be there at 34? I
It's
want
possible.
Mozzie Smith at 34.
You want Mozzie Smith?
I want Mozzie Smith at 34.
What about you? I mean, have we got the defensive tackle class, though? Like, pound for pound, we still got Keanu Benton there.
Brian Brisset is going to go in the next.
We still have your guy from Baylor.
Siaki Ika.
I wasn't going to say the name. Thank you. Shout out to you.
I got you.
Okay, so those are some interior offensive linemen that we said was a 3rd. But you're right, Mozzie Smith. Okay, how about this? Who's the perceived better player, pound for pound? Torrance or Smith?
Torrance.
Sorry, he's still there. That's a possibility. I'm just trying to be positive. Let's try to be positive here. Okay?
It's hard to be positive right now.
How about this? You like Jalen Hyatt?
I like Jalen Hyatt.
He's still available there? Well, so far. Obviously, we still have the rest of the first round
to go.
How about this? You and I both like a quarterback as a backup or just something to develop behind Jared Goff.
Don't say Will Levis.
I'm not going to say Will Levis. Who's the guy you thought was better than Will Levis?
Hendon Hooker.
Hendon Hooker, still there. Early 2nd round pick. Let's look at the bright side of things.
If the Lions go, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Jake Moody, 34.
Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Hendon Hooker.
That'd be some.
You'd have to find me on a bridge off 696.
Yo. Yo.
I can't think of it.
What's wrong with Hendon Hooker?
You just said it. What did you say? What is the glaring need for the Detroit Lions?
Defensive tackle.
Defensive tackle.
Yeah.
If you don't get a defensive tackle in your first 3 picks, you trust Isaiah Buggs as you trust. I love John Kaminsky, but he's not a 3-down tackle.
But
Keanu Benton, I like. Mozzie Smith, I like. If they don't get either of them,
yeah.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's definitely the number 1 need. But ahead of the draft, Brad Holmes said he's not drafting off need. He's drafting that best available player. They don't even bring a depth chart.
He's drafting best player available. Jahmyr Gibbs was the 12th best player in this draft.
5'9". He ran a 4.36 in the 40.
He was by far the number 2 running back. I love his speed. I love his pass catching ability. But 12th best player? No, he was not. Jack Campbell was the 18th best player in this draft.
That could be true. Listen, as the guy who didn't like Jack Campbell, and we discussed on the show. Again, I look across the league. I'm looking for pro comps with that size, just for a comparison as a elite player.
Yeah.
I couldn't find many. I really couldn't. Your guy in Tremaine Edmonds. But I felt like Tremaine Edmonds is a little bit more athletic than Jack Campbell.
Yes.
But I don't
Based off
doubt
what?
that Jack Campbell can be the 18th best player in this draft.
The
Jahmyr Gibbs is the biggest question mark, yes. It felt like the biggest reach.
See, I'm more okay with Jahmyr Gibbs than I am Jack Campbell.
Are you serious?
I am.
The Cardinals sends running back in the first round.
I know.
I thought I was the one that hated linebackers.
And what did Brad Holmes say before the draft? He's not worried about drafting a running back in the first round. Everybody thought it was about Bijan.
Yeah, that's what we thought it was. Bijan Robinson, not Jahmyr
If
Gibbs.
Jahmyr Gibbs is Alvin Kamara, it's good.
And here's the
and
argument.
that's the one thing is, if Jahmyr Gibbs is Alvin Kamara, I'm good with the one reach, the one please make it happen. If Jack Campbell is Luke Kuechly, is 2 reaches. You can't reach twice in the first round.
Hold on. You said if Jack Campbell's Luke Kuechly, that's a reach?
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly? Relax. Luke
That's not
Kuechly was him.
Exactly.
You say he has to be him to make that pick worthy?
Yeah, to make that pick worth it. To make it, Jack Campbell is a reach if he's not Luke Kuechly or Fred Warner.
At 18.
At 18. Yes, at 18. You hate linebackers. You don't hate linebackers. You don't like the value of linebackers in the first round.
Right.
I understand the diminishing property of a linebacker in today's NFL.
Yes.
That's why when we talked about linebackers, we said Deion Henley. Love that.
Yeah, because of his pass coverage, right?
Because he's pass coverage.
What are the strengths of Jack Campbell when you watch the tape?
In college, it was pass coverage because he's 6'5".
Could be the same thing in the pros.
It could.
It can.
It can. That's a reach.
But if you like Brad Holmes and you see the upside of it, and he's the one making the pick on top of it,
I see the upside of it.
You have to just look at the upside.
But that's 2 in a row. Would you not feel more comfortable if one of them was, I know he's going to be good. I know this going to, at his floor,
well, here's the thing.
It's going to be that. What if Jack Campbell is?
I like Jack Campbell's floor. Gibbs is the one. That's the one I'm nervous.
What if Jack Campbell is Leighton Vander Esch?
That's good.
That's good. Is that good at 18? Would you take Leighton Vander Esch at 18?
This draft was perceived this week. Now, I've heard multiple draft analysts say that this draft class only had 17 first-round picks, first-round worthy guys in it. 18, in that theory, would have been the cutoff.
Would you rather have Kalaji Kancey or Jack Campbell on this team right now?
Listen, I know my guy Adams over there, and I know I think of Kalaji Kancey as a Tasmanian devil. But on this team specifically, as I spoke to earlier, Jack Campbell.
So you could have Jordan Addison.
Don't like
That's
that.
Dangerous. That's
Don't
dangerous.
like that.
I don't like that. That's
Don't
dangerous.
like that.
You got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Don't like that.
I like KJ Osborne as a 3. KJ Osborne slides into that 3 spot.
Yeah.
That's what I like him the most at.
Well, I'll sign off on this one before I send it over to Maz and Flannel Sam. I don't like Jordan Addison's a nice guy. Don't hate Stephen Blue. Maz, Flannel Sam, what are you guys thinking?
Hey, Todd McShay hit it on the head today. He's got Jordan Addison at number 23 going to the Vikings. What this means to me is Will Levis is going to the second round. That's all I could say. I can't think of anything else.
I mean, who would have thought that? But like they were saying over there, you put another weapon opposite of Justin Jefferson for Kirk Cousins. I know we don't have a lot of respect, and I'm speaking for all of us. The Minnesota Vikings, in a lot of ways, were frauds. I mean, they were 11-0 in one-score games last year.
Don't call them frauds.
But they were 11. Well, maybe I won't speak for you then.
Frauds.
They were 11-0 in one-score games.
It's a good team.
But I was about to get to that. They still are defending division champions. They still won 13 games last year. They still have Justin Jefferson coming back, a guy like Christian Darrisaw on the offensive line. You've still got Kirk Cousins, for better or for worse. They're losing some defensive players. But Jordan Addison, if he pans out to what we think that he can be, because he was the Biletnikoff Award winner at Pitt with Kenny Pickett as his quarterback, if he pans out, it could be one of the most lethal wide receiver duos in all of the NFL. I mean, you've got Justin Jefferson, who's already
Not
proven.
as good as Seattle's, though.
Well, Seattle might have
three-headed monster.
Oh, it's going to be a three-headed monster.
Holy crow.
Because remember, Jackson Smith-Njigba had more receiving yards in his freshman season than Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. And Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave were both 1,000-yard receivers in their rookie years in the NFL, with Garrett Wilson winning Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
So,
by the way, Giants just traded up one spot.
Oh.
With Jacksonville. Ooh. So the G-men are on the clock.
That's interesting. I'm trying to think of the Giants' needs at this point.
Giants need offensive line.
They need an offensive lineman. That's for sure.
They need a wide receiver, too, if you ask me.
They do need wide receivers. I mean, at this point, I know they have Darren Waller. They signed him as a tight end. Yeah. That's a very, very good weapon for Daniel Jones.
He stays healthy and stays on the field.
But at this point, who's the wide receiver that's available for them? I mean, am I hearing Brian Branch in the background? I mean, we'll see. You got Zay Flowers is off the board, Jackson Smith-Njigba.
By the way, what happened to Brisset and all those big shots that were going in the top 6 earlier this year? Where are they?
I'll be honest, man. I'm a lot higher on Brian Brisset than most. But
he's still there.
He's still there. And I think that somebody who picks him will be very, very happy. I think he's got higher upside. I get it. He had a lot of injury concerns at Clemson, which is justified. But when he was on the field, particularly in his freshman year, after he came in as the #1 recruit in the country, he played damn well. All I know is this has been, and I know we say this every single year, Maz, and you've seen many, one of the most unpredictable drafts that I've ever seen, in particular when it comes to the Detroit Lions. Because, and I know we brought it up earlier, and I don't want to use this word, but with Brad Holmes, you kind of trusted that he would make the smartest decisions.
Well, he's been good for 2 years.
He's been very, very good for 2 years, and he deserves a lot of leeway.
Yes.
But this is the one where I was shocked that he made those picks. I was shocked that he kind of turned into smartest man in the room. I kind of feel like those picks are evidence that they're into sort of more high character guys than talent. I mean, they passed,
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah.
He led all running backs in receiving.
Yes.
Okay, so it looks like they're trying to help old stiff arm back there, Jared Goff, stiff feet, so he could do a little dump pass.
Sure.
David Montgomery's going to run it. He's not going to catch it as much.
Yeah.
This guy's your pass catcher, just like DeAndre Swift was supposed to be. And DeAndre Swift is a phenomenal back. He just can't stay on the field. That's what it comes down to. So they took Jahmyr Gibbs. They took speed, and I'll quote Rocky. Remember when Mickey talked to him, I want speed. I want greasy, fast speed. So they went for speed. Speed kills. That's what they want. That's why they took J-Mo last year. Speediest wide receiver. Fastest guy. Now you got the fastest running back. We'll see.
I mean, and maybe that's the thing. Maybe when Jamison Williams comes back after the 6-game suspension, and hopefully if Jahmyr Gibbs pans out and becomes an integral part of their offense, you will have a lot of speed on the field, and that is very, very intriguing. I mean, Jahmyr Gibbs, you're right. He has that shiftiness, that elusiveness, that speed. He's not a big back, but, you know, he like I said, Alvin Kamara is probably his closest comp. I don't know if he's going to be that good, but he's a number 12 pick overall.
Hey,
and
he's coming from Alabama.
Yes.
They got some pretty good running backs coming out of Alabama.
Absolutely. And like you kind of alluded to, he's not just a running back. He's an offensive weapon.
Yes,
I think he should be lethal catching balls out of the backfield. And I think this also tells you that the Lions are about done with DeAndre Swift. And at this point, can you really blame him? As much promise as DeAndre Swift has had and has shown, his career high for rushing yards in a season is 617.
Yep.
That's just facts. I know facts can be mean sometimes, and I know that he's shown a lot when he's been on the field, but he's never available. And last year, in certain games, even when he was available, there was a 5-game stretch in which he carried the ball 23 times for 61 yards.
Yeah.
They were kind of babying him along.
Yep.
And you kind of have to do that when it comes to DeAndre Swift because he can't withstand a full season's worth of punishment.
So you can't trust on him. The thing is, you can't trade him. It's his last year. He's not making much money.
No.
You might as well just hold on to him this year and see what you can get out of him.
I mean, I don't mind that. We think that if Jahmyr Gibbs kind of works his way into the fold, that DeAndre Swift won't get a ton of playing time. But at the running back position, running backs take a ton of punishment, so you can never have too many. I mean, you never obviously hope that a Jahmyr Gibbs or a David Montgomery misses games due to injury or misses significant chunks of the season due to injury, but it's the running back position. They're in a car crash pretty much every single play, so you can never have too many. I'm not necessarily thinking that DeAndre Swift will have a resurgent season next year, but if they need him and he's there, especially given the fact that
It's
you're not going to get
duty.
much for him. You're not going to get much for him. If
No,
you
you might
trade
as well
him.
hold on to him.
You might as well.
Unless you
hold
want
on
like a 6th-round pick.
Yeah,
or something
and-
like that, because you're not going to get much. The Giants' pick is in. We're waiting on Roger Goodell to get on up to the dais. Not sure what the Giants are thinking here. Maybe offensive line, the wide receiver. I know they need a receiver, but who knows what they're going to go. The big guy, Brian Dable, loves his offense.
Yeah.
You got to protect Daniel Jones. Danny Dimes can't just run for your life. You got to run for good yards. Don't run for your life.
Yeah, and I think this year the Giants are going to want to utilize the passing game a little bit more. Daniel Jones rushed for, I think, over 700 yards last season, which was his career high by a wide margin. And Daniel Jones obviously has that ability, but if you run that much as a quarterback, especially if you're not sliding or getting out of bounds, your career is going to be shortened. So we'll see what they do with this pick. I think Roger Goodell is about to come to the stage in a few. Yeah,
If this was in New York right now, the place would be going nuts.
Here we go.
Here he comes. G-Man. Cowboys on the clock.
Okay. Oh.
All right.
Oh, that's interesting. And we got a Giant fan with a Daniel Jones jersey right behind us. He looks at me. I mean, Deontay Banks, I'd say at 24. I mean, I'll tell you what, and it's funny, I heard that kind of in the background.
They moved up to get him.
Deontay Banks, though, I think he's a hell of a lot better of a value at 24 than Jack Campbell was for the Lions at 18. I know, I don't want to compare that all night, but I'm still a little bit shook from that. I mean, that's
What's it going to take for you to be okay with Jack Campbell, besides him being a superstar? What's it going to take?
For the record, I don't hate Jack Campbell, the player. I want to put that on the board right now. I don't think he has to be Luke Kuechly, because Luke Kuechly's one of the best linebackers I've ever seen. I think Jack Campbell, for it to not be a complete disaster, at the very, very least, has to be healthy Leighton Vander Esch. I know they mentioned him earlier. Leighton Vander Esch was good, but he also has some injury concerns. I would prefer him to be better than Leighton Vander Esch. If he is Leighton Vander Esch, he doesn't live up to being number 18 overall, but at least he becomes a solid player.
Jags move back again.
Okay.
They have traded their 25th pick now to the Buffalo Bills. The Bills moving on up 2 spots to 25. Jacksonville has moved back twice, and we don't know what they got yet. I'm sure it's some 4th-round picks, 3rd-round picks. Who knows? But Jacksonville is comfortable moving back 2 spots so far, and the Bills are on the clock now. What do they do?
Ooh, man, that's. I know maybe an interior defensive line.
How about a running back?
A running back. You always say, but that's the thing. It's funny. I think I mentioned it. I forgot what show.
Jahmyr Gibbs would be good here.
That's exactly what I was saying. I thought that maybe he would fall to the Buffalo Bills, but hey, the Lions basically stole that opportunity from him.
They stole your player, Buffalo.
They stole the player. I mean, yeah, Buffalo. I could see an interior. What about?
They need a running back, Sam.
They do, but
they have no running game.
Is there any chance? And I'm not predicting this. I don't have any inside information. Do they go with like a Brian Brzee?
I don't know.
I
know you like him, and I know he has slipped.
Yeah.
And there's some teams that are coming up that probably would love to use him. The Cowboys, the Bengals, the Saints could use him. The Eagles pick again, and the Kansas City Chiefs.
Oh, that's another interesting one.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the Bills, they lost Tremaine Edmonds in the offseason, who was their best linebacker. I'd say either him or Matt Milano, but he was certainly a 2-time Pro Bowler, and I'm thinking maybe a linebacker. But I'll say this, I don't think there's a chance in hell that any team picks an inside linebacker in the 1st round except the Detroit Lions with Jack Campbell. It's funny how that always comes full
Maybe
circle.
they think they're drafting Chris Spielman. Maybe they're going back in time. Chris Spielman talked to him. Is like, look, this guy reminds me of me. And Dan Campbell, I get to see Jack Campbell and Dan Campbell. Maybe they're related. Maybe he's like his 5th nephew down the line. We don't know. But he seems like a Dan Campbell guy, don't he?
He does. But
one way or the other, he does.
Is it bad, though, that concerns me a little bit if they were taking that much stock in him being a Dan Campbell guy versus him being a talented player? I know I'm not as rah-rah as some, so maybe that stuff doesn't matter as much to me, but am I wrong to be a little bit concerned with such a high emphasis on the so-called Dan Campbell guy, or is that really a thing?
I think it's a thing.
Okay.
I think it's a thing. There's Bill Parcells guys,
Oh,
and Dan Campbell comes from the Parcells tree, so there's Dan Campbell guys. And I just really believe, I really think that Chris Spielman made this pick. I do. Everyone asks, what's Chris Spielman doing with this team? Well, he tells them what he thinks. And I believe he's one of the greatest linebackers I've ever watched is Chris Spielman. No one played harder. No one played more injured. Why not? Maybe Jack Campbell is Chris Spielman.
And I suppose if Jack Campbell becomes Chris Spielman, that it's at the very least a solid pick. I mean, Chris Spielman was obviously never a superstar, but he's a perennial Pro Bowler. So if he becomes Chris Spielman, I wouldn't hate it. And like I said, Jack Campbell, I'm open to the possibility that he's good. I'm not. Speaking of which, I can't wait to see your guys' show tomorrow to get Braylon Edwards' reaction. That is going to be a lot of fun.
The first thing I want to see is Adam, because I just don't even know. You better show up for the morning show because he might not make it through.
Hey, I mean, I'm always there in the bullpen, and I just looked over at Adam right now. He's usually a very, very nice man off the air, but
the steam is coming out of his ears.
Steam is coming out of the ears.
Look at Will Levis. He's going in the second round.
Will Levis is going in the second.
Going in the second round.
I mean, who else would pick him at this?
Unless
point?
someone trades up, like the Lions, with all those second round picks.
Oh my God!
Would you take Will Levis at 32?
No.
No?
I wouldn't.
All right.
I'm not a Will Levis guy. I mean, it's obviously a lot easier to stomach that at any other point. But
you don't want a quarterback that, at that point, that you could bring up the ranks, teach.
I mean, at this point, the problem is
they already reached twice.
They already did reach twice, and at that point, I'd probably like him to just take an interior lineman or a corner. At that point, somebody that is more of a pick that makes sense for a need. I mean, I don't want to get too far predicting, but I was talking to Mike Gentry, and I know they mentioned over there on the heavyweights, maybe Mozzie Smith at 34.
Maybe. By the way, speaking of Mike Gentry, shout out to the Devils. Shut out the Rangers tonight 4-0. And Toronto, they will be playing a Game 6. Tampa Bay beat them tonight.
If Toronto, I mean, I know this isn't NHL
don't matter.
hour, but like
it's sports.
Toronto, they can't blow this, can they?
They can.
They certainly can.
They can.
I'm rooting for them.
Me too. Hey, heavyweights, you wanna chat a little? Hey, heavyweights, let's all chat because the Buffalo Bills pick is in. We're just waiting on Roger Goodell to come on up and check it out and let us know what it is.
The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. The pick is in. What is going on here?
I wish I had something for you, man. I really do. But this draft has been so off the wall.
We knew it was going to be like that. We knew this draft was going to be chaotic. But
like,
this is different.
Not towards the Lions, though. Yeah.
Not towards the Lions. How many mock drafts have you done in the past 3 months?
Like full first rounders?
Dalton Kincaid. Dalton Kincaid. Now they got Dalton and
Dalton Knox.
They got
this draft
2 Daltons.
Is officially the weird. You just re-signed Dalton Knox too. They just paid him. What are we doing? What are they doing?
I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
No solid run game. The defense has been a little bit shaky. This draft, quite honestly, and this is like first reaction, maybe an overreaction, the wildest draft I've ever witnessed in my life.
They want to run 2 tight end sets is why they traded up to get that?
For what? They don't run the ball.
They don't run the ball.
There's no threat of them running the ball. Like, why? What are you doing on a 2 tight end set for? This is madness.
This is the most hectic draft I've ever been a part of.
I will say I did take the under on Circa Sportsbook for tight ends.
Shout out Circa Sportsbook.
Shout out to Circa Sportsbook. I think that was a plus 200.
Still got
plus 210 if I'm not mistaken.
We still got 5 more picks. Michael Mayer might be in there.
Will Levis?
Will Levis is still on the board.
Is he falling to the second round?
He's falling because he puts coffee in his mayo.
Or
He eats bananas with the skin on them. That's dirtball behavior.
That is dirtball behavior. There's no denying that. Mayo in the coffee is the wildest peak of that one.
Mayo in the coffee is just disgusting.
So who are still the top guys on the board now? because the Lions are fairly early in that second round.
Yes.
Do the Lions even continue to pick? Listen, when the Lions traded back out of to 12, you already know. I wanted to cash in another ticket for the sweepstakes.
Okay.
For my guy, quarterback out of USC, Caleb Williams.
So you want to trade back? You're not.
No, I'm not saying I want to trade back now, but when they did initially, I'm like, okay, cool.
You were hoping for him.
Yeah. Birdman hand rub. Like,
you got
okay.
Caleb Williams, you got Drake May, you
Yeah.
got somebody next year. No, they didn't get nothing for next year.
And the thing, too, like with that, and I'm sorry if there's, like, non-Lions fans listening, but, like, I need to vent. I need to vent.
Man, take it off your chest, brother.
Here's the thing about the Arizona Cardinals, too. They're starting, how many games do you expect Kyler Murray to miss?
At least 4.
Right? Like,
at least 4.
I'm not saying they're going to be the number 1 overall pick, but Seattle's gotten a lot better. Seattle's a playoff team last year. The 49ers have been dominant. Like, it's a division where they possibly, I'm not saying number 1 overall pick now, but, like, something early.
They could lose that division easily.
You know what I'm saying? Like, give me next year's first.
You got Seattle, you got San Francisco. It's
new offensive system with a quarterback who doesn't do his homework. He just likes to play video games.
LA, Stafford might be coming back. They could be last in that division.
They could. They very well could. They probably will. They probably will. But we have to see this thing play out, man. We have to see this thing play out. If I'm being honest with you, I wasn't as familiar with Josh Pascal's game before they drafted him. They got him, liked him.
I need you to break down Jack Campbell right now.
You want me to break down Jack Campbell?
Yes. Why was Jack Campbell the pick at 18? You don't value linebackers as much as they were 10 years ago.
Correct.
Reasonably.
Correct.
Because it's either close or over top game. There's no intermediate mixing all that shit now.
Yes.
You drafted a linebacker that doesn't have a pro comp of someone who's elite in the league. Leighton Vander Esch is his biggest pro comp because of the size.
Best one, yeah.
And Leighton Vander Esch is what, maybe a top 10 linebacker in the NFL?
Well, top 10's good.
Maybe.
All right, I'm looking at the board. I just want to see who's taking after him before I get too upset.
Elijah Cansey went the pick after him.
But I was never high on Cansey. Cansey, possible, but not on this team specifically.
At 18, would you rather have Elijah Cansey or Jack Campbell right now?
I'm fine with Jack Campbell.
You're fine with it?
There's concerns about Elijah Cansey.
There's concerns about Jack Campbell. We've spoken to the concerns about.
There's bigger concerns about Elijah Cansey than there is Jack Campbell. There just is. Size matters. That's another thing Brad Holmes hinted to in a little press conference, 2 weeks ago? Last week?
Yeah.
Was like there at a certain spot in the draft, there are, I don't forget the word he exactly used, but thresholds that you need to hit physically when it gets later in the draft.
Okay.
Like, I need you to at least be this tall.
Okay.
I need you to at least be this fast before I take you to a certain position. Elijah Cansey, super fast, yes, super small. Part of the reason he was super fast, 30-inch arms.
I understand.
200,
I understand
80,
that.
70 pounds?
I wasn't in love with Elijah Cansey.
And you're putting him next to already undersized defensive tackle in James Houston. And then number 44, I love him, but God bless
you're
it,
putting
he's
him next to
undersized
is
too.
Ali McNeil.
I know.
Elijah Cansey and Ali McNeil? That doesn't sound good?
Yes. No. I want a big fella. And I think they still may get that big fella.
Okay.
That's why I don't want to
Would you
overreact.
rather have Jack Campbell and Mozzie Smith or Elijah Cansey and Drew Sanders?
I mean, I like Drew Sanders a lot.
And he's going to be there at 34.
I like Drew Sanders a lot. Well, here's the thing, too. Drew Sanders, we like him as an off-ball linebacker, but I think of him more of like an outside off-ball linebacker because he could, step up and rush.
Yes.
He's not a true, we run a 4-2. That's what the Detroit Lions are running right now. So you want true middle linebackers in that system, is my belief at least, right?
Yeah.
Jack Campbell's that. I love Drew Sanders. I think he's going to be I thought he's going to be a better pro football player than Jack Campbell. But as a middle linebacker, Jack Campbell's better.
I'm not saying
He's
as a middle
more-
linebacker. I'm saying as a prospect to fit this team, to build this team around.
Okay, perfect. You fit this team. You said Cansey and Sanders?
Cansey and Sanders.
Okay.
Or Campbell and Mozzie Smith.
Campbell and Mozzie Smith. To fit this team, I mean, again, because the way it's going to work out is going to be Houston on your left outside edge, it would have been Cansey on your left defensive tackle. Then McNeil, and then Aiden. Undersized Cansey, undersized Houston on the same part of the line. Back up. I love 44. We love 44.
What?
We put on for 44 from the get-go.
Yeah.
Undersized.
Undersized.
It would have been running on the Detroit Lions would have been like something you game plan for in that scenario. Now, fit for the team. That's the question, right? Drew Sanders, not a true middle linebacker.
Yeah, no, not a chance.
And a 4-2. That's 2 middle linebackers.
Yeah.
Drew Sanders not really a middle linebacker.
Yes.
All right, fit, not much of a fit. Undersized with the Cansey. Now I get a true middle linebacker in Jack Campbell, and then Mozzie Smith is still a big human being, a freak of an athlete, and we can still get him at pick. Was it 33 or 34? It's still,
You know what's the worst part of it all?
They didn't draft us. And I'm sick. Brad Holmes, you made me run all those laps in your backyard for nothing, dude.
We could have had Jalen Carter.
Yeah, that's. That. Will Levis,
Michael Mayer,
Mozzie Smith. Okay, things are getting worse. Keanu Benton's a guy we like, right? Right? You like Keanu Benton?
I like Keanu Benton.
See? You like
I don't know what to do right now. What do I do with my hands? Oh my God, dude.
We have to wait till they hit the field, and we have to see the
Shut
second
up!
round.
Shut up!
We have to see the second round.
Everybody has to wait until everybody hits the field.
I know.
We're talking about prospects.
Whoa.
We're talking about drafting somebody that can do something. Mozzie Smith was my reclamation project.
Yes.
You reached twice in the first round. You could get Mozzie Smith maybe in the second round. No, he's gone now. Who do you want in 34 right now?
Right now? I got a list.
If it's not a defensive tackle, I'm giving you a wet willy.
It's not defensive tackle. You want my honest answer? I have two.
Yes.
You're gonna. If anybody watches the Woodward heavyweights like routinely, you'll be surprised by this answer.
You're gonna say Jalen Hyatt and Will Levis.
Osiris Torrance. Because there's a first round grade in that man.
I'm cool with that.
That'd be a fucking nab.
I'm cool with that at 34.
No Donovan. That'd be a nab. Nab Mick.
We need to draft a defensive tackle. Yes or no?
Yes.
Who are you getting? Keanu Benton?
Keanu
Benton.
Benton.
Ika?
Yes. We had this conversation months ago, man.
I know.
It's deep.
Who was the first defensive tackle I brought up that was like, they're going to be pretty good?
Oh, like later on?
Yeah, later on.
I can't say his name. Don't make me say his name.
Siaki Ika.
Yes.
First guy I brought up after we got past the top three. I was like, all right, he'll be pretty good.
And you love him, right?
Yeah, but him next to Aleem McNeil, I don't love.
No, I do love it. Aleem McNeil can be Aleem McNeil's athletic. I want a big.
Is Brian Brisset off the board?
What?
Is he off the board?
Who?
Is he still on the board?
Who?
Adam, is Brian Brisset still on the board?
He's still on the board. Brian Brisset's still on the board.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're still there. Come on, man. This class, the defensive tackle class especially, is deep.
It's very deep.
What hurt the most was the Jalen Carter thing.
What hurt the most
was being so close
and having so much to say. Watching Jalen Carter walk away.
That did hurt.
That hurt.
Watch him dap up Roger Goodell in the Eagles hat.
Not knowing
what could have been. Yeah, that one hurt. That one definitely hurt. A lot. Because it felt like for a minute, too, like, oh, maybe they're just so brilliant that Jalen Carter falls past 12. But there's a lot of teams that passed on him.
Jalen Carter's Nick Fairley. Nobody wanted him anyways. He's going to bust out.
I mean, he still may. He still may.
He's not. He's going to be so good.
It's crazy because I think it was my very first full first round mock draft I had.
Yeah.
The Cards taking them. Never would have thought it would have been at the Lions pick. Or no, it was at 9.
It was at 9.
It was at 9.
After the Lions pick.
So I still kind of close, but the defensive tackle class is deep. There's still a lot of guys that we like a lot. Keanu Benton, former wrestler, super aggressive. You like Siake Ike?
I like Siake
like him a lot.
Ike.
We both like Brian Brise. I think the only question with him is like
There's
the injuries. Hold a second. Miles Murphy's still on the board too.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Give me Miles Murphy.
I liked him even as early as 18.
I want to drop an F-bomb so bad, but
Don't
I
drop
love
it.
Woodward Sports.
Or we can do like we got alley-oop it. I'll say
Sportsbook.
you say.
Yeah. No, we can't do that.
No?
That's too close.
All right. Schmuck.
What the schmuck is like? What the frick is happening?
What the frick? God bless it.
God bless it.
Biscuit eating
Cheese
bulldog.
and cripes.
Cheese and Royce.
He was there, man. They were both there.
Listen, there's a lot of teams that passed up on him, man. There's a lot of teams.
There was 3 from where we drafted.
But from
3.
Oh, hold on. Can I take
3 is not a lot. 3 is a few at best.
Can I take a parade on C.J. Stroud at 2? I mean, I didn't call it at 2, but I always say he was the second best.
No,
second best.
He was.
Listen, man. Wait. So you legitimately have more beef with Campbell than Gibbs? Like that was a pick you called. You called him a Dan Campbell guy since day one.
I did.
Since combine interviews.
I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't think it was going to happen at freaking 18.
Here's this. Hear me out, actually. And I could be totally off here. But think of how athletic the Lions secondary is and how many players they can lock in on to maybe allow Jack Campbell, as big as he is, to be like a zone.
Yeah.
With that extra link there too. And
Okay.
then if he has to crash down, that's a big body to crash down on extra blockers and or a running back.
Yeah.
There's that. Hey, maybe we reach out to Connor Rogers. We get him back on the show maybe as soon as tomorrow. But the Jahmyr Gibbs, I got more beef with that one than anything. He feels like a gimmicky player. He feels like that Theo Riddick type. You know what I'm saying? Like you come in on passing downs. You come in on draws.
Yeah. Yes.
You
already signed a running back for 3 years.
Like if you take a running back in the first round, within the first 15 picks, I need you to be a 3-down guy.
I
need you to be a 3-down guy. I don't think Jahmyr Gibbs is that.
Fathom that just happened. Jahmyr Gibbs at 12 and Jack Campbell at 18. Those are 2 guys who were majority projected second round.
Yeah.
That's a double reach.
But double reach by mock draft perspective. Like, come on.
That's
like Paris Johnson Jr. was not supposed to be.
Brad, I love you.
Brad, you there?
Brad, I love you, man.
Anton Harrison.
Yeah, and that's
great pick.
We just did our final mock drafts today. We both had
him in the first,
and an
protection
offensive lineman
yes.
going to Trevor Lawrence. So that's
we did it. Let's pass it off
very
to the
believable.
Losers over there.
Let's pass it off to Maz
Okay,
and
those
Sam
are my guys.
Flannel. They just had that draft. You just had Jacksonville take somebody to protect Trevor Lawrence. How you feeling?
Hey, man. Jags moved back twice, picked up some extra draft capital. Bengals are on the clock now. What are the Bengals going to do now, Sammy? Because this is my Super Bowl team. I'm sticking with them. I'm sticking with Cincy to win it all from already. I picked them last year when they lost to the Chiefs. I'm like, this team will be back, and they'll be better than ever this year. What do they need to do to get back to that Super Bowl?
You know what's funny is Anton Harrison might have been a nice guy for them to pick, but he was already off the board. Maybe an interior defensive lineman, maybe you go best player available. You go. I mean, Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board. Nolan Smith is still on the board. Another guy that we haven't talked about a ton. Brian Brzee is still on the board. I predict that they probably go with one of those. Miles Murphy, that's another one. They just talked about it. He is still on the board. Those are 4 guys that, at this point, at least where they were projected, you could argue are steals. I mean, there's obviously might be a reason why they fell that far.
Who's their tight end these days?
Oh, who is that?
Michael Mayer's out there.
Hey, Michael Mayer, that's another one. Yeah. Uzama was.
He's been sitting at the edge of his seat, well dressed and sitting with all the his family. My heart still bleeds for Will Levis. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
but not too much because he is sitting with some beautiful young ladies surrounding him. So Will Levis is going to be okay no matter what. So we'll see. Bengals on the clock. The pick is in.
The pick is already – I mean, Michael Mayer, that's not necessarily a bad – I mean, I like Michael Mayer a lot. I think that he has the potential to be the best tight end in the NFL in like 4 or 5 years once guys like Kelsey and Kittle and Mark Andrews and Darren Waller fall off. And especially if you put him in a Joe Burrow offense.
Joey Porter here, maybe.
At Joey Porter, I really like Joey Porter Jr. I thought before this draft that he might have been my overall favorite corner. I came to terms with the fact that Devon Witherspoon was going to be the one that got drafted the highest, but I always really liked Joey Porter Jr. because he was big, long, and physical. As far as all of the corners in the draft, he was the one that had those traits the most. Although, Maz, one thing that gave me a little bit of time to process this, the heavyweights were, of course, doing a great job breaking things down. Mozzie Smith to the Cowboys. That one was a little disappointing for me. I thought the Lions could have got him at 34.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and come back and let you know what the Bengals are doing. A few more picks to go here before we call it a night. You are listening to the official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show, brought to you by Circa Sports.
Time. There's nothing more valuable. It's what drives everyone to make the most of every moment. We celebrate living large in the now. In a city where time disappears, we create experiences that electrify the soul and memories that will last forever. We go big, we go all night, and here, everyone is invited. So get loose and get loud.
This is Circa. You'll have the time of your life.
Welcome back. And this event is sponsored by Circa Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, the nation's largest pro football contest is right around the corner. Do not miss out on your chance to register for the Circa Sports Million. $6 million in total guaranteed prizes. Visit circasports.com/circa-sports-million to learn more about registration details and prizes. Official 2023 Woodward Sports Draft Show brought to you by Circa Sports. And I, of course, am Flannel Sam. I am joined by Booner. And obviously, this is your first time on the desk tonight.
Yep.
What was your reactions to the Lions' first-round picks of Jahmyr Gibbs, in which they traded down for and at 12, and Jack Campbell at 18?
It's interesting because I don't think you can really judge it, and this is how I looked at it. It's hard to judge it until you know what they do with 34. And to me, are they going to trade DeAndre Swift? What are they going to do with that and kind of move on from that? We do see a lot of guys dropping right now in the draft, and you're sitting at 34 now. That's kind of my outlook on it. If you get like a Joey Porter Jr. And out of this trade with Jack Campbell and Gibbs, I think maybe you could have an argument that you win it, right? But outside of that, I think it's like, all right, let's just trust in Brad Holmes, see where that goes from there, because,
Yeah. I mean, Brad Holmes, obviously, as I've said many, many times on this show, deserves a lot of leeway. But what Brad Holmes has done with, I would say, reaching for his first-round picks in this draft is create a situation in which opens him up for criticism. What if Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs are not what you think they will be? What if Jalen Carter turns out to be a star? A guy like Jackson Smith-Njigba turns out to be a star? I mean, even like a Deontay Banks or somebody like that, Kalijah Cansey, they turn out to be stars, and Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs turn out to be disappointments. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying that it's not outside the realm of possibility. So to me, at 34, and I'm curious to get your take on this, Booner, I think the Lions need to just draft the best defensive player available, like a Joey Porter Jr., maybe a Brian Brzee, maybe Miles Murphy, maybe Nolan Smith, somebody who fell, who you can maybe perceive as a gift for the Lions at 34. No more surprises, no more reaches. Just get a defensive player that can impact them right away. What say you?
That's exactly where I'm at. I'm looking here. Even Brian Branch is still available.
Brian Branch.
There's guys that have just fallen, and you're sitting at 34, and he's kind of put himself in the position to where, I don't know, maybe Brad knew something we didn't know, and he knew that there's going to be guys falling, and he can get maybe one of his guys at 34. And I don't know. That's how I'm looking at it right now. I think – how many picks are left? We're sitting here with 3 picks left, and you still have Nolan Smith, Joey Porter, and Brian Branch sitting there that could potentially get to tomorrow. I don't hate it right now, but like I said, trust in Brad Holmes. You know what I mean? We just had this trust in Brad Holmes. This is the first time I think anyone could really question. The Jameson Williams things, everyone was excited about it. He took a shot, and right now we're all kind of questioning that. But this is the first thing that we've seen where it's like, what is he doing?
And I think for Lions fans last 2 years, it's got kind of like a smack to the face, like, oh, wow. Like, but, I mean, it could potentially end up being, Jack Campbell could be, was he the best linebacker in this draft? Potentially.
I would say no, but I get what you're saying. It's not outside of the realm of possibility that he becomes a very, very good player. I said before that at the very, very least, in order to somewhat justify the pick, he has to be like a Leighton Vander Esch, somebody who was, remember, he's had some injury issues, but he was a Pro Bowler his rookie year. Yep. So in order to justify that pick, Jack Campbell has to certainly become at least Leighton Vander Esch. I don't think he has to become Luke Kuechly, who I think is one of the greatest linebackers I've ever seen. But you brought up another point, which I thought was very, very interesting. The last 2 drafts, and I know guys like Amon-Ra St. Brown and Kirby Joseph, they were later round picks, and you saw them come to fruition throughout the season. But 2021 Penei Sewell, 2022 Aiden Hutchinson, and Jamison Williams, who was still a bit of an unknown, but obviously there was a lot of excitement at the time. Lions fans came out of that draft excited, just cheering at the draft parties with so much hope. This year, it's a little bit different. Like Neil Rule always said, we come into this draft bricked up. We were all just high on life, high on just adrenaline, like Brad Holmes. What is Brad Holmes going to cook up? And then what we actually got was a lot of meh to me.
Yeah, I mean, we had the place packed here.
Yeah.
And we were ready to get like an insane fan moment, and everyone was like just kind of blown off their feet. And that was kind of what the feeling was. And, I mean, Flannel, I think the Gibbs situation, like I keep saying, like it's just like what happens with Swift now? Like, what do they do with that? Like, are they going to get back in the second tomorrow and make – or, like, that's where, I want to see what you think. But, like, even with the reaction with everyone, did you guys see the draft room with Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell?
They were excited as hell.
They were more excited, I think, than they have been the last 2 years getting Gibbs, like, and Jack Campbell. So I'm excited to see kind of what they have to say tonight and tomorrow so we kind of know where they're feeling at. I know there's a bunch of press conferences going on the next 2 days, so I'm excited to hear what they have to say because, in the draft room, they were – I would have to say that video was way more excited than they looked last year when they got Jamison Williams and Aiden Hutchinson.
This is going to be some of the most anticipated press conferences that I can ever imagine. I would love to know the thought process of Brad Holmes and the whole draft war room into what went into coming up with these picks, because they're certainly not what we thought would happen. I remember, and we were there. We were in this room right now when it looked like Jalen Carter was going to fall to the Lions, and a lot of us, myself included, were all in for it. We're like, oh my God, we're going to get Jalen Carter at 6. And then they traded back. And then when they traded back, it's like, okay, a little extra draft capital. And then Jahmyr Gibbs? Not saying Jahmyr Gibbs is a bad player. Jahmyr Gibbs is probably the best pass catcher as a running back coming out in this draft, and I think is the clear number 2. So it's like,
gambling-wise, I'm looking at it. The over-under, I'm pretty sure was like 2 running backs in the first half.
Up Saints.
Let's see.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
So, Sam, you look at it now, Nolan Smith's still there, Joey Porter and Brian Branch is still there, and you have three or 4 picks until the Detroit Lions. So you probably will have one of those guys available to you sitting there.
I'm not going to lie, Booner. After Mozzie Smith was off the board, after they passed on Jalen Carter, after Kalijah Cansey got picked at 19, Brian Brzee was somebody that I would hope that the Lions would consider at 34, because in this draft, assuming that they don't take a Keanu Benton or somebody like that at 34, they still have not addressed the interior defensive lineman, which is, I would say, one of their weak points, maybe arguably their most weak point. I would argue that it definitely helped cost them a game against Seattle, and they gave up the franchise record for the Carolina Panthers for rushing yards in a game to Chuba Hubbard and Deontay Foreman. So Brian Brzee, they're just another interior defensive lineman that is off the board. I'm not saying it's the end-all, be-all, the end of the world. Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr., Miles Murphy, Brian Branch, those are all damn good players. But I don't know if they're all as much of immediate needs as, say, an interior defensive lineman, which brings me to a point.
Agree.
And I know most of us are somewhat down on the Jack Campbell pick, although we're trying to understand it. Isn't linebacker a pretty big need for the Lions to play devil's advocate of why this could work?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Like what you have, Malcolm Rodriguez, Alex Anzalone. I mean, 2 or 3 weeks ago, Devin White came out that he was kind of out in trade talks, and everyone in Detroit was like, oh, bring Devin White in. So I think this is kind of them kind of looking at the future in the linebacker position and filling that void to kind of learn behind Anzalone. And I don't know if you guys talked about this yet.
We did not.
But the tweet here that SportsCenter put out was the Detroit Lions had over a 99% chance of getting Jahmyr Gibbs available at pick number 18, and they also had a 96% chance of getting Jack Campbell at 34. So that's interesting to me. That means that these are Dan Campbell guys. We talked about that all week. That means that he went up and got these guys like he loved these guys. He knew on his board who he wanted, and he went out and got them.
I'll tell you what, though. If they were picked, and I kind of mentioned this with Maz, and this is something that's a little bit of a pet peeve, if they were picked more because they're Dan Campbell guys or Brad Holmes guys that more than because of their talent, they better produce. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell better have been right, because if they're not, this is the type of draft that I'm not going to say could set the Lions back, but they're going into the season, the Detroit Lions, where we're going in as Lions fans with legitimate expectations to win the division, maybe even go to the conference championship game. God forbid, win the conference championship game, go to a Super Bowl and win it. I know we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but it's not as crazy as it sounds. I wanted the most talented players. Jalen Carter was there. They didn't take him. Jackson Smith and Jigba was available at 18. Kalijah Cansey. I mean, we could go on and on. Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, they were all there. So if the Lions decided to go with a Dan Campbell guys overall, to me that's a little bit rah-rah college type of stuff. But I don't know. Is there something to it?
It is because and I hate it because I've struggled. I was sitting over there mad about the draft at first, but I heard someone say earlier this week that we're in a position right now to where we have really no massive needs, right? Like if you say without the draft, you go into next season and you're probably contending for your still favorites for the NFC North. So it just looks like to me Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell went to this draft and go, hey, where we don't have any needs, let's just get our guys. I don't care who's on the board. We're going to find our guys, and we're going to fill them in to go win a championship instead of being like, hey, let's just go chase for a Jalen Carter. Let's go let's see who we love. And that's kind of how I'm taking it right now. And like I said, Flannel, it's hard for me to kind of put a grade on this until I see 34, until I see if DeAndre Swift's dealt. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and at this point, DeAndre Swift, who knows what's going to happen. All right. So, and now that will be it for the Lions Draft Show at Fifth Avenue in Royal Oak, sponsored by Circus Sports. Booner, it was a pleasure to do the last part of the show with you, and obviously doing it with Maz. The heavyweights, we had Neil Rule, Jeff Iafredi, Ermanni and Edwards with Maz, Braylon and Ryan, and of course the great Adam Baydoun, who selflessly sacrificed his time on the mic as the biggest star on this network to TD the show for us. We got JB, who is one of the hardest working people at this network. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed the drafts, and please be sure to tune in tomorrow to the Morning Woodward Show, Big D Energy, Ermanni and Edwards with Maz, and Woodward Heavyweights. We're going to all break it down for you. I will see you guys tomorrow. Peace.